Well, hello. Happy Dragonflight launch day. Are we excited? Pretty excited. Oh my god, I still have to get a lot of things done though. Because I left it all for Monday, of course. You know me. Perfect timing, running some ads as I come back. Hey Nimra, what's up? Yeah, it's a good old perfect ad timing. Thank you so much for tier 37 to 47 months. Hello, what's up, what's up? All right. Good morning, Mrs. Lan. What's up, what's up? Sorry, Naguura, but I might have to switch streams soon. Wait, why? Because you're set for this long? Do you have like a upper kind of timer that you can't go over? Thanks for 2 months, World of Runic. What's up? Thanks for 9 months, Issy. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. There's a stealth streamer you could watch. Hey, Dashu, thanks for a Prime sub. Thank you so much. 57 months, let's go. And thanks for the sub, Diogo. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for 1 year, R. White. Thank you so much. Welcome back. What is going on? Thanks for the 45 months, Clappy. Damn, we got a scam train. Let's fucking go. Man, guys, I gotta tell you, it went so well on Saturday. I was up for so long. And then on Sunday, I fell asleep at like 2 a.m. And I tried sleeping all day today, and it just didn't work. I I was awake at like 11 a.m. already, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Hey, say 6 months, that kid. What's up? It's okay. I got some coffee. I'm sure it will be fine. Hey, May, what's up? Can I get the rewards and link my Blister account later? Yes, you can. It's a 7 days cooldown. I think the cooldown is just for linking. Like if you have linked another account and now you're linking a different one, then I think there's a cooldown on it. But otherwise, I don't think there's a cooldown. As far as I'm aware, at least. Usually it should just work instantly. Thanks for 15 months. Listen, what's up, what's up? Thanks for 29, Spectre. Aw, shit. When does the first quest start in Dragonflight? Well, as soon as it's live. Midnight for European people, Central European people. I did not upload a Moonkin Guide. I wrote it. I will upload it a couple of days later. You don't have to worry about min-maxing Moonkin by any means while leveling those. It's okay. While leveling, there's nothing that you have to really do perfectly, right? So just do whatever. Then afterwards, I will upload a guide before the raid comes out. Good morning, Skyfire. What's up? Nice. Enjoy your 3 to 4 weeks off, Danny. There's a lot of time to play Dragonflight. Any plans for a big purchase on the Cyber Monday? No. Didn't plan on purchasing anything. I bought a lot of presents already on Saturday. I think I'm good for now. Thank you, Stebla. All right, have a good one. Okay, so the plan for today is we have to do a bunch of things before Dragonfly comes out. So first of all, I have to prepare my characters. And I need to log into the game to make sure I don't have a queue or something later. Make sure you do that as well. I don't think there's going to be any huge queues because the game doesn't go offline. Like, all the people that are online are already online. You're not getting booted out. So usually that helps a lot with the queues. But, you know, just in case, if you can log on earlier, make sure you do that. Thanks for 4 months, Hector. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I will probably stay up until I hit level 70, yeah. Unless I'm really slow, we'll see. Alright, so we get all the things done on my main account, like, you know, clean my bags and stuff like that, and maybe fix some add-ons, we'll see. I have to install the Rested XP add-on as well, since we're going to be using that because they were so kind to sponsor the leveling experience, so we'll do that to make sure I don't forget. Then I want to watch a Preach video. I haven't watched that yet. Preach in the whole Blizzard HQ video. Want to watch that? And then we're just getting, you know, we're just waiting for the add-on to come out. Hey, Emily, what's up? Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, Roxpo. Appreciate that. Welcome to Melor Gaming and Drax Benedict. Thank you so much. And then, of course, we're giving away huge shout out to Blizzard for providing 2 epic editions of Dragonflight and 3 heroic editions for me to give away. It's EU only. Unfortunately, to all the non-EU people, I'm sorry. But it's EU only. But we will be giving those away. Thank you so much for sub, Gnarl Black. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yeah, if you guys want the pets... Okay, let me explain the drops, okay? I think a lot of people are interested in the drops, so let me quickly explain that. I think there's also a link that we can go over while I'm explaining it. Anyone has the link for the drops? I can go over. There we go. Yeah. Alright, so if you go on that link, you can even see a timer here at the bottom. This is the Dragonflight release timer. If you know, time zones are very confusing, so so take a look at the timer, then you'll know exactly when it comes out for your time zone. Thank you so much for Prime Sub on it. Thank you so much. Welcome. So yeah, as soon as Dragonflight comes out, the same time that it comes out, we also have the drops that will be enabled. So this one is already over. This one cannot be obtained anymore. This one was the pet. But this is the one that starts with Dragonflight release. This is the Fell Drake, all right? So this Drake here, you will be able to get it by watching 4 hours of WoW Dragonflight content. And it's basically every streamer. I'm one of the streamers, but there's also like lots and lots of other streamers that have it. So you can really get this anywhere, and you just have to watch 4 hours between the November 28th, so after Dragonflight comes out, and December 2nd. So you have a long time, a decently long time, to get this. And keep in mind, it also just counts together. So you don't have to watch one particular streamer for 4 hours. You can watch like my stream for half an hour, then you can watch someone else for 2 hours, and so on, until you have the 4 hours in total. Then this one is not happening yet. That one is later, the fireworks. But this one also starts today, and it's this pet here. This one is the support a streamer pet. And that one also starts whenever Dragonflight comes out, and it lasts until December 13. So it actually lasts for a really long time. It's 2 weeks that you can get this, so you don't have to, you know, rush it or anything. But the way it works is that you can gift 2 subscribers to a streamer, and then you will be able to get the pet. Now, this one is not every streamer, but I would say almost every streamer. My stream is included, but not every single stream is included. There's a list somewhere. Where's this list again? Where did they announce the list again? Thank you so much for 5 months, Dimco. Thank you so much. Thanks for 30 months to you as well, Shanonymous. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Servers are not rebooting now. They usually do not. Unless something goes very wrong, I would say. But yeah, so this is the list of eligible streamers. It's posted right here somewhere. Let me find it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, here. Yeah, so you can see there's like a lot of streamers. Like these are all the streamers that are eligible. So yeah, like there are a lot, but make sure I guess if you really want the pet, I would, if I were you, I would think, okay, what is the streamer that I want to support the most? Then see if that streamer is in that list, and if it is, then go ahead. If it's not in the list, then maybe you find your second favorite streamer and give the subs there. Why is Dorky not linked? It just says Dorky without, what the hell? But yeah, we should be in this list as well. There. No, I don't want to watch my stream. Yeah, we are here as well. But it's not happening yet, yeah? Make sure you don't do it now. You have to wait until the drops start, which is on Dragonflight launch, which is in like 6 hours at midnight, right? So don't waste your money if you want the drops. Don't do now. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Brillennial. Thank you so much. And thanks for Prime Sub, Gladius. Thank you so much. Welcome, you too. I think if I log a couple of hours before, I'll make it for launch for sure. I don't think the queues are gonna be that long. I know you don't, Toe. It's okay. Toe just being toxic again. Unbelievable. Toe Grinder, what made you so OP? That's what you got, Toe. That's what you got. That's the karma. Toe, stop being toxic. Challenge impossible. Danke. Danke. Never experienced a WoW expansion launch. Is there anything you'd miss if I can't make it at launch time? No. No, there's nothing you miss. And I don't know why you said sorry for asking a question. I just didn't see it. I wasn't like purposefully ignoring you or something. I don't hate you in particular. I just hate Toe Grinder. Everyone else is kind of fine. Hey, Javi, thanks for Prepster. Appreciate that. What do you hate? Slanted roads? Yeah, this seems to be... Did you guys have a heated discussion over slanted roads in real life? I can only imagine you all sitting there at this table, like, drinking fucking Guinness out of plastic cups and be like, why does Naguura hate slanted roads? I thought you hate everyone except tier 3 subs. That is correct. Thanks for 29 months, Civilian. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I know, right? Country count? Final Judgment of Shadowlands? I don't know, I didn't like it. It was pretty bad. Kind of liked it at the very start, honestly, though. The very start was kind of hyped. And then when we had to do the Maw forever, and then it was like, eh. Yeah, so what's up? Alright, let's log in and figure some things out. I have to clean my bags. I have to delete and throw away stuff that I don't need anymore. I need to see if I have replacements for the legendary slots. When do legendaries and stuff get disabled? At 61? No, it's already disabled since we're not in a Shadowlands zone, right? So it's already disabled at the very start. Okay, yeah, so I can just immediately unequip them, I guess. If I have better things. Alright, perfect. So we don't have to do that. Is the music fine for you? Is it a bit quiet? A bit quiet from you. Oh my god, how does this headset work again? I swear. This touch thing sometimes works and sometimes it does not. And if it doesn't work, I just look like an idiot. Okay. Thanks for your sub, Pilot. Appreciate it. So I also a lot of people might be a bit confused about how leveling is supposed to go and how all of the new things are going to be in Dragonflight and whatever. So I made a bunch of videos explaining what's going to be new. I made one video where there's a quick overview of what's going to be coming in Dragonflight. And then I made 2 videos explaining Renown a bit more in detail. And then made another video about the profession changes that are going to be relevant for everyone. Because they completely changed the professions in Dragonflight. And even if you don't want to do professions, which you don't have to, it's still pretty important for you to understand how it works. So I made a video and went over all the things you have to know. Thanks for Prime Sub, Scott's Dragon. Thank you. I still don't know what professions I will go with because I'm probably not going to do professions properly. Like, I'm not going to, really, really max them. So I have a few options that I could go. I think I definitely want to go engineering for the portal, the wormhole, and for the rest thingy, the thing that I put down for Mythic Plus. And then I was thinking I could go alchemy for the toxic thing reduction, but the toxic flasks are not really that good, honestly. At least not for Moonkin. So I'm not sure if there's any points in going alchemy if I don't need that. So maybe I just go mining and engineering at the start. So I can pick up materials for engineering. Yeah, the longer flask is just really a gold save. Which is kind of whatever. If I go mining, that's also a gold save, right? Because then I don't need to spend money on ore to level engineering, right? So going mining is also a gold save, just like alchemy would be. Yeah, there's Renown in Dragonflight. If you want to know a bit more about it, I made a video explaining it if you want to check it out. Hey, Cheese, what's up? I mean, to voice drinking wine at the bus stop, listening to Cars Profession video. That didn't actually happen, did it? Thanks for 10 months, Daddy. What's up? Happy launch day to you as well. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, alchemy is definitely going to save you a bunch of gold, but only if you actually level it up, which is probably also, like, I personally do not recommend anyone to go for a specific profession just because they're thinking it's a gold save if you're not going to put time and effort into it. Because leveling up professions in Dragonflight is a lot of time and a lot of effort that you have to put in. Like, you literally have to do, like, you constantly have to craft things, you have to do weekly quests, you have to, like, constantly get your, like, knowledge and stuff up to be able to actually do anything with those professions. So I would say that's only something for people that actually like them, right? That like doing this. So if you just want to save gold, then I would suggest to go with a profession that gives you some sort of bonus with little effort. For example, I'm going to go engineering because I'm just going to unlock, like, the wormhole and I'm going to unlock some stuff and then I'm probably just going to drop it, you know? And alchemy, you can get a little bit of... you can, if you only unlock, like, the potions, then I guess it would also save a decent amount of gold as well. But you have to consider that there's all of these different qualities as well, even with potions. And if you're not able to craft a maximum quality potion, which requires a lot of knowledge in the specialization, then you're probably just going to buy them from someone else anyway, right? Because what's the point crafting your own potion if they're only going to be quality 1? Then you just have worse potions, right? Thanks for the prime sub, Mashadi. Thank you so much. And you don't have to worry about this, honestly, because if you don't want to do professions, just don't do it. You know, like, I don't think it's a big deal if you don't do them. Of course, it's gonna, like, all this stuff costs you a lot of gold, all of this profession stuff. But that's the same as every expansion. Every expansion, you have to buy your consumables and whatever, right? So if you don't want to put like insane amounts of time into professions, just don't do it. Just buy all of the stuff. Yeah, the double duration on Flask is not a player power gain though, right? It saves you gold. But a lot of other professions save you gold as well if you want to level them up, right? And the alchemy saving gold, like the double duration flask thing, also requires you to put knowledge into your specialization. It's not that you just go alchemy and you immediately have a longer flask. Like you actually have to put some effort into it to be able to unlock that certain talent in a specialization. Thanks for the prime sub, Ceranos. Thank you so much. Yeah, one thing that I really do recommend, no matter if you want to do professions or not, I think it's a really good idea to go with any sort of profession that is like a collecting profession, you know, a gathering profession, while leveling. Because while leveling, you're probably not going to do any crafting professions anyway, unless you have like a plan for it. But I don't think there's a huge point to go with alchemy and tailoring while leveling, when you could just go with, I don't know, herbalism and mining, and then you can gather some stuff as you're leveling, and then once you actually want to do professions, you can unlearn mining and herbalism or skinning or whatever you want to go with, and then afterwards you can just go with the other professions that you want, right? Because then you're not only are you gathering materials already as you're leveling, you're also gathering artisan metal, which is a soul-bound ingredient that is required for recrafting. And that is that the artisan metal works across all professions. So if you gain artisan metal with herbalism and mining, and then afterwards you drop these professions, you're going to keep the artisan's metal. It's not the same with knowledge. Like if I get mining knowledge, then it's specifically for mining, right? But artisan's metal works for all professions. Therefore, it would be pretty nice to collect it as you level already. Yeah, crafting also does give experience. Yeah. So I'm not super into professions. I only know the changes from Dragonflight. I don't really know if you lose to your recipes if you unlearn a certain profession. I think so. I think you do, but I'm not. Can anyone confirm? Like if I currently have alchemy and I'm gonna drop it for mining, you lose them, right? Yeah, you do. Okay. So technically speaking, if you have been an alchemist your whole, WoW career long, and there are certain recipes that you don't want to lose, then it would make sense not to get rid of them. But then at the same time, old recipes are usually not really important anymore. It's more like a sentimental value, I guess. But old recipes usually are, like there's nothing you can do with them anymore. Thank you so much for 7 months. Alive and kicking. Thank you so much. True, yeah. Being a tailor is... Well, can you get that already early on, though, McGregor? The tailoring thing with the extra cloth? Is that immediately unlocked in Dragonflight, or do you have to put the knowledge into it first? Because most of these bonuses that you get from having professions are now tied to the knowledge and specializations rather than it being just instantly. So baseline trade? Oh, okay, well, yeah, then tailoring wouldn't be a bad idea to go with from the start. All right, guys, so let's write a checklist to make sure we have everything in order. All right. Quick checklist. Sorry, this looks weird, I know. Okay, so what do we have to do? I need to fix my bags. I guess I could buy some potions, maybe? Potions and stuff. Fix gear. Maybe fix UI. I mean, that's kind of it, right? Fix add-on. Let's do the add-on as well. Fix bank. Yeah, that goes hand in hand with, with banks. Fix my life. Okay, calm down, Afsa. We don't have that much time. I'm not a magician, okay? Ooh, yeah. Fix quest log. Alright, I think that's good for now. Let's fix bags first of all. Oh my. Man, I still didn't get a weapon. I cannot believe I just don't have a weapon. Should just upgrade this dagger real quick. What item level is the dagger gonna be? It's 298, right? Yeah. Fuck. Is 298 better than 311 without secondary stats? I mean, maybe not. I'm gonna lose a lot of intellect, right? How much intellect does a 289 weapon have? I'm gonna miss like 100 intellect. Oh, there's surely not. I mean, maybe? Dude, I don't even know. Ooh, maybe I've sold. Maybe I had a weapon that was 304 once and sold it or something. I should check. Okay, well, first of all, let's fix my inventory. No, we should fix the gear first before we fix the inventory, because otherwise I might sell an item that I want to equip. So let's fix gear first. Where's the bank? So we want to play a different trinket because the Shadowed Orb is really annoying for leveling. I think we're just going to go with Ocular Glands. I could also go with the Construct Core. I think Gland is fine. Let's go with Gland. Alright, so I think this neck is fine. Everything that is 311 I'm gonna keep, obviously. Why is it showing me weapons when I mouse over my cloak? Dude, the system has been so broken. Is it working for you? Like when you mouse over an item and you press Alt, it should show you all of the replacements that you have in that slot. But it has been broken for a while now. It has been broken for weeks. Like for some I see fish. And when I mouse over my cloak, I see weapons. If I mouse over my weapon, I see nothing. Super messed up. There's noggin fogger. What is even going on? Hey, Rasty, what's up? Alright. Do I have a better cloak? How do I even look at this properly? I have 311 legs. I should equip those. Okay. Then what else do I have in my inventory? Okay, whatever. Let's look at my bank. I don't think I have anything in my bank. Where is all this shit? Okay, all of this is useless. Okay, I don't need any of this gear, so I guess I have to check if I can get it back. Let's see on the restore. BattleNet restore. Restore item. Thanks for 21, Anderson. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, there's no way to turn off the background music. I'm sorry, Xorn. I wish there was a way, but Twitch doesn't allow us to do that. I'm sorry. Thanks for 5 months. It's Marshall. Actually, there is a way to watch my stream without the background music, but not live. If you go and watch the VOD, then I think it's not there, right? So if instead of watching my stream live, you could watch it on a little bit of a delay through my VOD that is getting saved. And in the VOD, I think the music is gone. Yeah, you can watch it almost live. It would be like a 5-minute delay or something. Because whenever my VOD is getting saved to Twitch, it removes the music. So as long as you don't want to watch it like fully live, you could do that. Yeah, you will have to refresh the VOD page whenever it gets to the point that it didn't save anymore. Thanks for 5 months, Marshall. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's see if there's any kind of items that we want to restore. Oh, is the website like that or something like that? Oh no, it works, okay. Okay, let's see. I don't know, range, let's do 304. Oh, wait. Ooh, this is really good. I could get the bracers back and the ring. Because those are my legendary slots, right? Yeah, bracers and ring. The boots are useless. I don't have a weapon, unfortunately, yeah. Do I have like a lower weapon, like 302 or something like that? No, there's just no weapon. I just don't have any weapons. Alright, well, then let's restore this one and this one. And there's nothing else we should ever want to just restore, right? Since I don't have a weapon to restore, so we just have to go with this. So 304, 304. Yeah, I think we're good. And boots have 311, right? Yeah. All right, let's restore this. Yeah, I could upgrade a weapon with tokens, but then it's only 298, and I don't think that's better. I don't think a 298 weapon is better than a 311 weapon, even if the 311 doesn't have secondary stats. I could sim it just to see. Actually, I don't know if I can sim that. I don't know if it allows me to sim Antumbra without the effects. I'm not sure. Thanks for 5 months, Anderson. What's up? And thanks for the 2 months, Hidden Matt. Thank you. Welcome back, into. Exactly, Cybirds. Yes. You can watch my stream for the Feldrake drop if you want. Oh, I even have a socket in this one. Oh my god, let's go. This one doesn't have a socket, but it doesn't really matter. I don't need this. What is this Almanac's Echo thing? Why do they keep sending it to me? I don't want it. What you gonna do? Okay, so we equip this. And we equip this ring. And we put a socket in this ring. Okay. Do I have any sockets in my... Oh, I guess the guild bank has sockets. Thanks for 3 months, Johnny. What's up? Thanks for 66 Sensation. Welcome back. The giveaway I will do randomly throughout the stream. I'm not gonna put any, like, timer or anything like that. I'll just do a giveaway whenever I feel like doing one. Shit, there's no mastery one. Every other statics of mastery. Alright, alright. I'm trying to set up a TV as a second monitor so I can watch streams level. Any suggestion on how to do it? I think you literally just connect your TV with an HDMI cable, right? Or a DP cable, or whatever cable you have. As long as the screen is, your TV is connected to your PC, it will work as a second monitor, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any sort of remote connection as far as I'm aware. If you don't have a cable or you don't have such a long cable, then I'm not sure if you can like remote connect it. But with a cable, you can for sure connect it. Thank you so much for gifting stuff to XQC, Brian. Thank you. Oh my god, I can't believe XQC is watching my stream. Happy launch day to you as well, Johnny. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. No sockets. Do you have an enchant? Yeah. Oh my god, I have so much haste. Guess it doesn't really matter. It's possible that my legendary ring is actually better than this ring. Nah, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Where's the auction house? Oh, maybe with Bluetooth. Yeah, maybe that will work. You want to start on an EU realm and it should be Horde? I don't think it has to be any specific server. I think you can just play on whatever server you want. I don't think there's any reason to play on a specific... Wait, they only cost 70 silver? Sockets are 70 silver. Let's go. Ooh, I need to make my My Warlock Horde, I just realized. My Warlock's still Alliance. Well, I mean, I can do that whenever, I guess. Yeah, we don't have a weapon. Let's try to sim it. I'm very interested to see what happens. Can I? Actually, it doesn't matter. I guess I can't really. Maybe there's a Raidbots beta version. Raidbots queue is down to deploy Dragonflight updates. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? I don't think you can even disable Antembra, so there's no point. Shit. Well, okay, let's update this weapon, upgrade the weapon, and then see what the difference is in stats, and then we're just gonna pretend that it will, you know, math it out in our heads. So the only weapon I have is this one. Has bad stats as well. Wait, I don't even have enough Valor. Wait, what happened to my Valor? Oh my god, I don't have enough Valor to even upgrade this. Well, then we're not gonna do it anyway. Shit, I'm just gonna have to run around with a weapon without secondary stats. It is what it is. Ugh, who cares? I mean, how much secondary stats am I missing out on? It's a decent amount, right? Actually, it's not that much. It's a one-hand weapon. It's probably like, I don't know, 150 secondary stats or something like that. I mean, that is a decent amount. Ah, shit. Well, whatever. I don't have any other... Like, I've never had a 304 weapon. I just never had one. Because I never thought I have to pick a weapon from my vault or something when I have Antembra 311, right? Yeah, so the drops from the streamers start at the same time. Like when Dragonflight comes out, which is global release, then the drops will also happen on all streamers. It's not that some streamers have the drops first and others have them later. They all have them at the same time whenever Dragonflight comes out. All right. Let's clean our bags then. We don't need any of these things anymore. Again, don't need Mark of Honor. Don't need all of this. This is anima. This we don't need either. Thanks for 4 months, Pastor Bear. Thank you so much. What are we doing with these legendaries? Just delete them all? What's this? Oh. Thanks for Prime Sub, X from Brecky. And thanks for the 3 months, Jose. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Tracker. What's up? How are you doing? Yeah. No, that's not true. You're not going to get items from questing really soon. That's actually false. Because, I mean, look at my item level. I'm 308. I'm not going to be replacing any of my items until I'm level 70, probably. Because, yeah, my item level is really high. You're only going to be replacing your items while leveling if you have, like... If you have low item level. If you have high item level like me, then you're not going to be replacing items until really, really late. Like, once you're level 70, maybe. Before that, you don't. And I'm not going to be getting a weapon either through leveling, because I remember I leveled in beta, and I didn't manage to replace any of my items until I was like level 68 or 69 or something. Thanks for 2 months, Sexy. What's up? D3 will be mad if I didn't. Ginny pig. I'm glad you're supporting D3 like that, Sexy. Thank you. Alright, we don't need this anymore either. Yeah, the first quest reward is a weapon 230, but, you know, like, obviously 230 is still pretty low in comparison. Alright, so we sell this. Delete this. Hey, Tracker, thanks for 63. Appreciate that. Happy launch day to you as well. Okay, we don't need these enchants anymore. I'm gonna keep some enchant, or should I? Nah. They probably don't work on items anyway, right? Gonna get rid of all of this. Fuck it. Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, Neuroslaves. Thank you so much. Welcome to Scriba and Didal. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Alright, then we delete this and that. Get rid of my key. Wow, can't even delete the key. Don't need any of these trinkets anymore. Actually, let's keep the Arc Life Spanner. Can I put this here? No. I guess I want to keep some consumables for leveling. Well, you want to keep mastery foods. I'm gonna keep flask and pots. And which one are the new ones? 20k. I don't think I need Invis pots. Nah, I don't think I need that. Okay, core, oil. Keep this as well. Agility. Mana, spectral intellect. Unhindered passing. Auto hammer. We don't need that. We have a mount, right? Well, actually, let's just keep it for plus max level. I'm sure it still works then, right? Actually, maybe we keep this weapon just... Nah, whatever. I changed my mind. Let's just sell it all. I guess we have 3 11 shoulders twice. What do we do with all of these heartstones? Dun, dun, dun. Thanks for 20 months, Cheese Doodles. Thanks for Prime Sub, Rusiko. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's happening, guys. It's happening. No, unfortunately, I do not have a weapon to replace Antembra. I do not. We don't need gliders. I think I can sell this as well. Can't put like, I already have sockets and everything, right? Yeah, we sell this too. Okay, so our bags are clean. Let's clean our bank. Yeah, I will be streaming at launch. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff in my inventory. Okay, wait. Let's put all of this up here. And then we sell all of this stuff here. Let's just clean my bags. Surely there's nothing we need here. Oh my god, I still have scrolls in here. Scrolls of intellect. You know what? We're gonna keep the fish. We need the fish. Oh my god, there's so much fish. Let's keep it all. So all of these enchants we can sell. Get rid of this as well. Oh, there's so much crap. Heart of Astaroth. Okay. Thanks for promising that, Panther Kid. Thank you so much. And no, I don't think the Jailer hand actually turns off at 61 unless they changed it. The only weapon that turns off is Antambra, apparently. I don't know why, but that's just how it is, apparently. Or did it actually change? Does anyone know? Oh no, there's more fish. Okay. Can I just learn this, or what? Create a Sylvan Corthian item? Oh. Yeah, whatever. Thank you, Sir, 9 months. Big T, what's up? Do you know when the release date is not yet? Actually, no. It's weird that we're so close to release. Like they said, it will be released this year, right? And we still don't know when. That is kind of crazy. Weird. Guys, you can get the pet when Dragonflight releases. If you're here for the pet, you have to wait until midnight. The CET. So it's basically when Dragonflight releases. And the exact same time as Dragonflight releases, the drops also are enabled simultaneously. Seriously, I can't destroy these items? The hell? What am I gonna do with this shit? All right. Oh, noggin fucker. I hate items that can't be destroyed. Okay, I can't destroy this or that or this. Oh, we should probably keep noggin fucker in our inventory for leveling. It's important. Oh, maybe I should clean this one as well. What do we have here? Did I take all? Oh, it's put in here. I see him. I'm probably gonna fix my Warlock Wheatgrass at some point in Dragonflight. In the meantime, I'm just using the FNR ones, the basic ones. I don't have void storage. Whatever, I have enough space in my bag now to just keep them there. It's fine. Alright, cool. Can I get some more pots from the auction house? From the guild bag? Or did somebody already take it all? Oh yeah, there's nothing left. Some old pots. There's nothing left. I guess I can get some oil. Yeah, let's get some oil. That's about it. I guess we buy some more pots. 34. Yeah, whatever. Let's buy some. Thanks for Prime Sub, overweight seagull. Thank you so much. Other than that, all right. So let's buy some of this. Not much. 20. Why are they so expensive? The hell? She says. Alright, then some of this here. Don't need that money. Like 10. 5. Okay, I should have enough. Do I keep all of these hearthstones and stuff? Nah. Sure I can't. Sure I don't need them, right? Actually, whatever, let's keep them. In case I get into a bad situation. Just weapons. What alien record are you talking about? Sorry. What alien word code? Thanks for Mas Tevish, and thanks for Prime Sub Weismos. Thank you. Okay, let's clean my quest log. Oh, actually, I already cleaned it, huh? And that one I didn't turn in, but I guess I just abandoned it, whatever. Can't believe I can't abandon this quest. It's bothering me so much. Oh. The Necrolord assault is going on, guys. Let's do it real quick. So there's something you could do with, like, you could have a bunch of quests in your quest log and then finish them all as Dragonflight launches, but we're not going to do any of that stuff because then you're just missing out on renown, I feel like. Like, yeah, you're going to level faster, but I don't think there's a point. Oh, what's... Okay, we can get our talents done. Leveling talents. I think we want trees. We do want mushrooms. We want trees. Syzygy is pretty nice. What do we drop? For now. Have we settled the forest? Sure. Then we don't need to innovate for leveling. We have Typhoon Vortex is good. We don't need any of this stuff here. We could go Iron Fur. Thick Hide. Doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Don't think we're gonna be struggling that much while leveling. Well, actually, I did struggle a little bit while leveling at the very end when I was leveling on beta. It wasn't that easy. It's nice to have more armor because people are hitting you, or mobs are hitting you the whole time. Maybe we just get rid of this here. I guess I can't really go Thick Hide, though. It's 2 more points that I would need. If I get rid of Astral Influence, then I don't have Typhoon anymore. I do want to have Renewal. Can't get rid of Improved Sunfire, really. I can get rid of Natural Recovery, but it's kind of nice for leveling too. We're just going to put these points in as we level up. As we get more points, we just put it in here, I guess. Yeah, it'll be fun. Thanks for 4 months, Accent. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Convoke. I mean, it's fine to go with Convoke. I just think Incarnate's better for AoE leveling. Convoke is nice, though, for, like, self-healing and stuff. Because you can also use it, like, defensively in a sense. I think it's worth doing armor stacks for Mythic 0. It's not group loot. Mythics, everything is personal loot except the raid. Mythic Plus still group loot. Personal loot, sorry. So there's no reason to do a stack unless you can trade the items, which requires you to have the same item level in the slot, right? So at some point, if people might actually be able to trade items, then it would be worth it to do a stack or something. Wait, I'm sorry. What is the problem, Mrs. Len? You're trying to use the rested XP code and it doesn't work? Is that what is going on? I mean, I can ask. Okay. I can delete these gear sets as well. So my weak arms should be fine, right? Otherwise, I'm just gonna fix them later on, whatever. For leveling, it's not that big of a deal. Thank you so much for the sub, Night Nero. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. The one thing that was bugged the last time I remember was that it showed Convoke, even though I didn't have it. Whenever I was... Oh, it's probably because of a condition, right? Let's see. So this one here loads. Spell known. Convoke the spirits. Oh, well then it shouldn't work. Then it should be fine, technically. Hey Nightbird, thank you so much for 2 sub gifts. Welcome to AD and welcome to TKD. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. I purchased the 60 to 70 guide, and when I download the guide, I receive a bunch of letters, numbers, slashes, nothing readable. Oh, wait, do you understand what it's about? Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna do this right now on stream, so you know what's going on, okay? But keep in mind, guys, whenever you spend money online, make sure you're reading exactly what you're buying, because I'm pretty sure, Mrs. Land, that you just, like, did not look what you're buying. I will explain it to you now, okay? It's basically a code that you copy, and you put it into an add-on, and then it works in-game, all right? But let me show you, because I want to use it myself. So I'll show you how it works. And this is the first time I'm doing it as well. So I haven't done this at all. Let's figure out how it works together. Okay. So the way it works is that you just select whatever thing you want. So you just put it in your card, right? You select whatever guide you want. For me, it's for free because I'm, you know, like they gave it to me for free for advertising it basically, or for using it on my stream. So just checking out. Let's see if there's any. Yeah, now you have to just enter your name and stuff. And you have to agree to the things. Let me enter my address and not show it on stream, so so no one is gonna dox me. Okay, wait. Blah blah blah. Wait, am I not logged in? I should be logged in. One sec. Ah, shit, what's my password? Is this my password? Oh my god, it was! No. No, never mind, it wasn't. Okay, wait. Let me try to remember my password. Thanks for 6 months, Buddy Sinister. What's up? My account. Can I not save my password? I hate it when Google doesn't save my password on like automatically. Oh wait, it works. Okay, good. Cool. Okay, so we're logged in. Alrighty. Hey guys, what's up? The drop happens as soon as the expansion comes out. It still takes a little bit of time. Okay, still have to enter my information anyway. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're good. Place order. Oh, no, it's not a book. No, it's not a book. Okay, so once you've purchased it, you get this window here. It says, fantastic, you landed a critical hit. Thank you very much. We received your order. New synapse will be published on your Discord, blah, blah, blah. And then you see here, download guides, view subscription, and installation guide. If we go to the installation guide, it says this, first steps with your new Rest XP leveling guide, getting started with your Rest guides, once you have blah, blah, blah. So let's click on this. Option A, video on how to set up your Rest XP guide. Or you can just follow these steps. Step 1, download the latest version of the Rest XP add-on. So we just download that on here. Let me do that real quick. I guess I'll also explain to you how it works once you've downloaded it. Because when you download it, you have to actually put it into your folder, into your add-on folder. So first, when you download it, you have to extract it. It's a folder that you have to extract. And it's the same as like any normal add-on that you would download, right? And then you get you have the folder here. You cut it out of this area and you put it into your location where World of Warcraft is at. Let me show you. So here, you would go to your World of Warcraft folder. You go to Retail. You go to Interface, Add-ons, and then you just put it here. The whole folder. So now you have it here. And once we've done that, let's see what else they say we should do. So now it says step 2, connect your Battle.net ID and import your guide into the Rest XP add-on. Implementing license protection, blah, 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 now bound to your account. Your only person that can access into your guides and your Battle.net ID to your accounts and your account section. So I think I've already done that, personally. But if you haven't done that, then click on this link. And then enter your Battle.net ID. But I've already done that. Then import your guides. Go over to your downloads in your account section and download the string file by clicking the export button. Open a text file and copy the entire code string and import it in-game. All right, let me do that real quick. Thanks for your sub, Phoenix Sorrow. Thank you so much. Okay, downloads. There, export. Okay, so you download this file, which is like a bunch of just things. Like this is what it looks like, yeah? You just open this file and you copy paste it all. So Control A, Control C. And then in-game you have to reload so that it works. Man, this song reminds me so much of a Christmas song. Alright, Rest XP guides. Okay. But how would we open it? We open it by I guess we just go to add-ons. There. Okay, Rest XP guides, import. And then we copy paste it all, I guess. One sec. And now we just press import, I guess. Okay, apparently we have an account mismatch. Maybe I didn't actually enter my Battle.net properly. Okay, wait, let me see it. Double checking. Battle.net ID from your account. Click here. Oh, I guess I didn't add it. Oopsie. Just kidding. I guess I didn't add it. Here, wait. Sing from Oh my god, I love this song. It's so good. Oh, here. No, wait, where's it? Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, I have the wrong. Oopsie, yeah. Wait, give me a second. What's my Battle.net? Yeah, I'm an idiot. I mixed up two numbers. I entered my Battle.net as 2964 instead of 2946. Right, Cal? Yeah, I'm an idiot apparently. Hey, Cullen, what's up? They're gonna change. They're gonna change the Battle.net real quick. Do you think we'll be the first 70? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say some random person that no one has heard of before. All right. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Shit, why is this not moving? Okay. This song is just so good. Thank you so much to Stop Gives Wrecking Ball. Thank you so much. Welcome to Balance and Scat. Thank you. Hey, Blind WoW player. What's up? How are you doing? Yes, this channel is set up for the pet drop. Need to make sure you wait until midnight, though. Alright, now it should be fixed. Now we should be able to import the guide. Let's do it. Okay, I guess we have to wait a little bit until it's actually updated. Thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate that, Kimberly. Thank you so much. Welcome back. No, we cannot start collecting the hours for the mount yet. Nope. All of the Twitch drops start when Dragonflight comes out for all of the streamers. All the streamers get it enabled simultaneously when Dragonflight comes out. You cannot start collecting the hours just yet. Thanks for Prime Sub Sheep. Thank you so much. Welcome. Dragonflight is out today, but the boat doesn't take you there. How to get there? You can get there once Dragonflight actually comes out. It hasn't come out yet. It comes out in how many hours? In 5 hours? And 15 minutes? Hey, Mugen. Thank you so much for 61 months in the tier 2. What's up? I know, right? Okay, let's try again. Okay. Fine, fine, we'll wait. Maybe I also have to reload or relog. Can I relog or wait? I'm not gonna restart my game. I'm just gonna relog. I don't know if there's a queue already. Is there a queue? Nice, Joey. Enjoy your gym time, and I hope you get a good haircut. Hope they don't mess it up. Surely they wouldn't, right? Thanks for the 90 months and the tier 2 espresso bean. Thank you. Hey, Helix. Okay, well, in the meantime, until we wait for this to work. Oh, it worked now. Perfect. We did it. We did it. All right, so now we loaded all the guides. Perfect. Cool, and now we should just be able to select it here. We can set this up to look a little bit prettier as well, maybe. Thanks for donation, Jeff Bezos. Oh my god. It is indeed free, isn't it? It's just so free, isn't it? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what we can set up with the way it looks. I want it to be a bit bigger because I'm old and I don't see very well, you know, so we need this to be a bit bigger. Let's see, window scale. Ooh, there we go. Ooh, we can make it huge. That's perfect. Okay, so this is the window scale. What about guide font size? Wait, cancel. Active item scale, number of map pin. Let's make the normal scale. Let's make it like this. And then let's make the font a bit bigger. 11. Needs to be full screen. Okay, now it's good. Why are we at step 13 though? Okay, wait, how do we get back? We have to figure out how to do the steps. Let's do options, wait. I'm sure there's like, ooh, where's the arrow? Where's the TomTom arrow? I'm gonna give this a test. One spell at a pre-fetch quest? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I see. Tell me about the upper part of Orgrimmar, attack train experiment, Oh, I see, that's why it's in this step already, okay. Whispers in the Wind. Are we getting that quest as soon as Dragonflight comes out? This one here. Is this the quest that I'm supposed to get? Yeah, I will stream all night, Emmanuels. Yep. Can I guess we'll move it later. We're not in any rush. I personally will not do like super insane speed leveling or anything. I already leveled on beta, so I do know approximately the path for the main story quest and everything. So I'm gonna go as quick as I can without like being in any rush. I'm gonna try to communicate with chat and stuff as I'm leveling. If there's any questions you guys are having or whatever in relation to leveling, to Dragonflight, whatever it may be, I'm gonna try to talk to you guys as I'm leveling, because I'm gonna take it somewhat chill. Not super chill, like I'm probably gonna skip some of the cutscenes and whatever because I've already leveled on beta, so I'm not like super interested in it. But outside of that, we're not gonna do insane super speed leveling, okay? Just so you know. It won't show when I import it. Any ideas? So when you imported it, did it say it worked? When you imported the guides, did it say it actually did import it? Or was there like an error message? Okay, so you're saying it imported it, but it doesn't show anything. Okay, that's weird. Did you select it? So when you have this window, right? Like just the normal one. You have to click on the guide. So basically you right-click the window, and then you click on whatever guide you want. If you want the Dragonflight guide, you click here, and then you click Waking Shores. It's not there, I have all the others. So you're saying you have all of the quests except the Dragonflight one? That's really weird. What level are you? Are you level 60? You're level 60, and did you do the pre-quests as well? Then it should be there, right? Huh, that's really weird. So you're saying that there's all the guides here, like Rested XP, Horde 10 to 60, all of this stuff except the Dragonflight, 60 to 70? Then I don't know what the issue is there. That's weird. And you bought the guides from 1 to 70. You didn't buy it from 1 to 60, right? You didn't buy like the wrong thing on accident, right? No, we're not gonna get booted offline when Dragonflight comes out, no. Both faction 1 to 70, huh? That is really awkward. Oh, I can see the arrow now. Nice. Oh, that arrow's in a good spot. I like it. Yeah, if you bought both factions from 1 to 70, you should see it. Huh. I wish I could help you. But if it said it imported it, and you have this window, and you just don't have this... Because it says available guides, right? And then it's just missing the Dragonflight one, right? That's weird. Wait, do you have to take this quest? I don't have to do this quest though, right? Yeah, as soon as Dragonflight comes out, this guy just get a quest and then I can turn it in here, right? Then there's another one, except the Dragon Owls. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright. Well, should we watch the Preach video in the meantime? We still have to wait a decent amount. And I think we prepared almost everything that we need to prepare. I mean, we didn't really prepare much, but there was much to prepare, so... Or what else did I write down? Let's see. Okay, I fixed my bags, fixed potions, I fixed my gear. I did not fix my UI. I fixed my quest log. I mean, my UI is good enough. I don't think it's like... My UI is fun. Thanks for 13 months, Max. And thank you so much for the 7 months, Cyan Burp. Thank you, thank you. You know what I could try to install? This like Radar.io add-on extension for Twitch. Have you guys seen that? There's an extension from Radar.io for Twitch that apparently is supposed to show your talents in game. I think that would be pretty convenient for people that want to see my talents. Thank you, Max, and thank you, Cyan. Welcome back. Where do I find that Twitch panel extension here? So it shows the normal thing, but then it also shows talents, okay? And equipped gear. Yeah, let's use it. Or do I already have it? Is it already enabled on my stream? I'm not sure. Open your creator dashboard on Twitch, click on extensions, search for Radar.io. Okay, let's do that. Is it already here? No, I don't. I don't have it right. Okay, let's see. Create a dashboard. Then, what did it say? Extensions? There. My extensions, Radar.io. Activate. Okay, is it here now? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's there. Error loading the data. Well, do I have to set it up somehow? Wait. Oh, I need to somehow add my character or whatever. Oh, I see him. EU, Realm, Terran, Mill, Naguura. Add. And then we also add Nagini. Add. Perfect. See if it works now. Oh yeah, it does work. Okay, so now you can click on here Nagini or Naguura. And I can click on talents. It only shows one. Show full build. Oh. Oh, that's actually really nice. There's no way this will update automatically as I change it though. I mean, maybe? Huh. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. It's from Armory, so yeah. I assume it doesn't update it immediately, but I guess it's whatever. Better than nothing. Right. Okay, you know what we could still do before... Since we have a lot of time before Dragonflight comes out, we could set up my Warlock as well, even though I'm not going to be leveling my Warlock today. But I might still, like, prepare my Warlock's bags and stuff like that to make sure it's not messed up. Hey Dave, what's up? How are you? Oh, you can totally level without rested experience. Yeah. Leveling, so in my opinion, there's absolutely no rush in leveling whatsoever, because almost all of the weekly reset things are not enabled until Wednesday for EU and until Tuesday for NA. So basically, until your weekly reset happens, you cannot do Mythic Zero, you cannot do like a lot of the weekly quests. All of this stuff is just completely disabled until the weekly reset actually starts, and therefore it's not like, you can just take your time. It's totally doesn't matter how fast you are. In fact, I would say it's even better if you take your time, because if you want to do Renown is the new faction system for reputation. And if you want to get reputation, if you want to do renown, then it's even better if you take leveling a bit slower, because then you can do some side quests for all of the factions, and you can get up your renown a little bit, because there's certain things that you unlock with your renown that you might want to have. Like it basically unlocks leveling hubs and stuff like that. So there's totally no rush in leveling. Like just go slow, just follow the main campaign. If you do the main campaign quests, you will get to level 67 and 3/4 to level 68. So there's only 2 levels and a little bit that you're missing if you only do the main campaign. So if you literally skip every other quest other than the main quests, then you're level 68 close to. So you have to get those 2 levels through side quests. But it doesn't really matter where you do the side quest. You can do the extra side quest in the last zone or in the first zone, in the second zone. It doesn't really matter. I personally recommend to look a little bit at the renown rewards and just kind of pick the side quests that you want to do. Depending on which renown you want to advance. Like if you want to advance Valdrakken, because there's something that you want from Valdrakken, then I would do side quests in the last zone, because that's the zone where Valdrakken is at. If you want to do Dragonskill Expedition, then do that. And if you don't care at all, then just do whatever you feel like, really. I guess if you really don't care about renown, I would probably recommend to do the additional side quests in the last zone. And the reason why is because the last zone gives you Valdrakken experience, which in my opinion is the most important renown. Because it unlocks like certain will quests, and it unlocks the Obsidian Citadel, which is like a high-level elite area that can give you things that might be decently important, even for player power early on. So I would recommend to just do all of the main story quests, not do any side quests, until you're in the very last zone. Let me show you. So in this here, Teldrassus. You start in the Waking Shores, then you go on Aran Plains, then Azerspan, and then Teldrassus. And Teldrassus is the area where the main city is in, called Valdrakken. And Valdrakken has a whole reputation that you can advance if you do side quests in this area. And yeah, it unlocks something that is like decently important for, well, I don't want to say it's decently important. I want to say it could be indirectly related to player power. So I would recommend to just do some extra side quests in Teldrassus. If you don't have some sort of leveling add-on or whatever. Otherwise, just follow the leveling add-on. But if not, then just do side quests here in Teldrassus, and you're not gonna... It's not gonna be an issue whatsoever. No problem, Mrs. Lan. I hope everything works out. I hope so as well, Mrs. Lan. I hope so as well. Thank you, thank you. You can fly in Dragonflight pretty early on, but keep in mind it's only dragon riding and not normal flying. But yeah, you get it unlocked really, really early. If you just follow the main campaign. You can do heroics, right? You mean to level? I definitely do not recommend doing any dungeons or whatever for leveling, because you need to do the main campaign. You definitely want to do the main campaign. And that one puts you to already almost level 68 already. It's like 8 levels close to, just for the main campaign. And you kind of want to do it to unlock world quests and also to unlock the Engine of Innovation, which gives you sparks of ingenuity, which you need to craft high item level items. Thanks for the Prime sub, Chapel. Thank you, thank you. I will be staying up for release, yeah. You don't have any Covenant abilities in Dragonflight, no. Oh yeah, when you're level 70, you can do heroic dungeons, yeah. So if you care about player power and player power only, and if you only care about direct player power gains, then the only thing you have to do for the first 2 weeks until the raid comes out is level your characters to level 70. Get your Spark of Ingenuity from the Engine of Innovation, which is really easy. It just happens at the end of the campaign. You get a quest and you go there and then it gives it to you. So it's really easy. Like, you literally just have to follow the main campaign and you get it. So you don't have to worry about not knowing what I'm talking about. Just follow the main campaign and you will get the spark. So that's the one thing you want to do for sure. And leveling, of course. And then you want to do the Mythic Zeros. You can do all Mythic Zeros only once. Or you can only get loot in Mythic Zero once per week. And it doesn't unlock until the weekly reset. So you don't have to worry about it during the first 2 days. You can just do it later. And then afterwards, I would recommend to do heroic dungeons because of Primal Chaos. Because you get 1 Primal Chaos for each heroic dungeon. And Primal Chaos is a soulbound material that you need to craft things later on. So all sorts of things. Like it's needed for crafting items. It's needed for crafting the best potions. It's needed for crafting like lots of stuff that is high end, basically. So if you don't care about renown, you don't care about professions, you don't care about literally any cosmetic stuff whatsoever, then yeah, do level your characters, do Mythic Zero, and then do heroics, in my opinion, to get Primal Chaos, and that's it. You don't have to do anything else. All the other things are related to cosmetics, to professions, recipes, additional quests, world quests. Like, it's all just like cosmetic optional content. So if you don't want to do that, then you don't have to. You can totally just focus on the things that I mentioned before, which is basically nothing. I disagree. Professions do not help you for unpleasant raiding. I disagree. Because you can get all of the things from other people that have the profession, right? Like, if you want a certain item from a profession, you just ask someone to craft it for you through a work order. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Jay Nevin. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Just be rich. Well, yeah, obviously you will have to spend a lot of gold for things that you want from professions, but it's the same always, right? If you don't have the gold to buy things from professions, well, then either you need to make gold somehow or you level professions yourself. But that's not directly related to player power, right? It's like saying, it's like saying, oh, you need gold to buy potions. Well, yeah. Right? It's like, that's kind of a given. I don't think that's something that you really need to mention. It's the same all the time, right? Of course, whenever you have a profession, you will save some gold because you won't have to spend money on something that you need later on, right? That's the case every single expansion. It's not new in Dragonflight. If you have alchemy, you don't have to spend gold on potions and stuff because you can make them yourself. If you have herbalism, you can sell the herbs to get stuff in return. If you have, I don't know, if you have jewel crafting, you don't need to buy gems. You can just make them yourself. Like, that is always the case, right? But thanks for 3 months, Astros. Appreciate that. And thanks for 8 months, Mister. Thank you. Welcome back, you too. And yeah, I definitely recommend not buying any sort of profession-related things at the start of Dragonflight. Just don't do it. Don't buy profession items at the very start. The prices are going to be insane, and the value you're getting from them is going to be pretty low because there's no content for the first 2 weeks that would require your character to be insanely strong. There's no raid available, there's no M+ available, there's no PvP. So there's no reason for your character to have like the best in slot gear. Like, you just don't need it, right? So spending insane amounts of gold on stuff like crafted items or potions or whatever is really, really unnecessary because you can just wait 2 weeks and then the season actually starts and then everything will be so much cheaper in the auction house because all of the crafters are going to have so much more stuff available to them to craft higher item level stuff. So all the lower item level items are going to be so much cheaper and materials are going to be cheaper. So definitely don't get baited by any sort of like work order stuff early on. You don't need it. Are the crafting professions more important or the gathering professions then? important for what? So, okay, guys, listen. If you want to know more about professions, because there's lots and lots of changes for professions. If you want to know more, I really recommend for you to watch the guide that I put on YouTube recently, because I'm going over all of the changes, and it's really important information that matters for everyone. Can get from the not just for people that care about professions, but it also matters for people that do not do professions. Just because I'm explaining things that will matter for literally everyone, right? This is the video. It's linked in the chat. You can go at the bottom here if you already know about certain things. They can click through at the bottom here, and I'm explaining like the quality of the items. I'm explaining how work orders work, how specializations work, how the BOP items work. I'm explaining embellishments. This is actually all pretty important information for everyone. Even if you don't plan on doing professions yourself, I would say it's still incredibly important to understand the quality of items. It's important to understand embellishments. These are like the new enchants that you can get from profession items. Then it's important to understand primal chaos. What is it called? Spark of ingenuity. Yeah, all of these BOP items, they're really important because you have to provide the BOP items if you want another crafter to craft an item for you. Okay? So if I want a high item level item, then I need the BOP items and give them to the crafter. And that's why it's pretty important to understand how BOP items work and how you get them. And I'm explaining it all in this video if you guys want to check it out. It's not too long. It's an 18-minute video where I'm going over everything. So check it out if you want. I'll link it again for you. Mythic Zero will not be open immediately. Mythic Zero will be available as soon as the reset happens, which is on Tuesday for NA and on Wednesday for you. Okay, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna figure out my inventory for my Warlock. All right. Oh, shit, my Warlock still has Alfia enabled. Yeah, we don't want that. No, there aren't any talents you need to pick for leveling. You can pick whatever you want. I would recommend to pick talents that help you, like just the logical things, right? Any sort of succeed that helps you to not die, you know? Like if you have some sort of like fear as a warlock or typhoon as a moonkin, stuff like that. And any sort of survivability things are really great as well, depending on what class you play. And usually you do AoE, I would say. Like usually you pull multiple mobs. At least I will. So I'm going to go for more AoE focused talents. If you want to pull mobs one by one, then you can go for single target. But I personally will be pulling more. Just kind of depends on your leveling style, I guess. Your questing style. Okay, let me load my UI. Which one is the UI that I have on my druid? This one? Oh yeah. Perfect. Oh, now we can check if the leveling add-on works out fine. Let's do that. Perfect, because we have the guide here as well. And I haven't done the pre-quest yet on this character, so we can figure that out real quick. Make the window scale a bit bigger, because we're blind, as I already told you. Make this 11. Ich kann kein Ladinisch, leider. I can count to like 30 in Latin, if that helps you. The amount of times I already counted to 30 in Latin is insane. It's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Professional Latin speaker, guys. All right. Okay, let's see what we have to do. Talk to Rathian and Sturwind. Alright, I will do that. Wait. Before we do the leveling thing, like, let's fix my bags. Like, holy Jesus, look at this abomination in my bags. Alright, you want a different trinket as well? Let's just... Oh shit, I already have Glend. Shit, what trinket do we use? Celias? Nee. Does it matter? Thank you so much for subs to stomach. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, look at my... Look at this inventory, it's so sad. I mean, this bank. What a sad bank. Oh man, this character's in Tumbra as well. Oh, I have a 3 or 4 dagger on this account. Oh, thank god. Nagini is saved, guys. Nagini is safe. We have found a working weapon. Maybe just play Shattered Orb. Nah, fuck it. That's kind of... It's heroic, even. What the hell? What are you gonna do with this? Maybe just play with this trinket here. Let's see if I have Valor to upgrade this. Oh, and Tumbra is bad because it will be disabled at level 61. Not the whole weapon, but the effect. So you're basically running around with a weapon that doesn't have secondary stats. Let's just upgrade this. Okay, whatever. This is fine. See if I've had any higher itemable items. Probably not. 298. 298. 304. 304. Wait, do I not have any dinars on this character? No, I don't. Oh well. Whatever then. Okay, I think I'm just gonna keep my legendaries in this character. Because they have a socket, so... Yeah, this is fine. Okay, let's just sell everything else. Okay. I need to fix my mount and stuff as well. Wait, or do I have it bout? No. Okay. Yeah, let's just sell all of this stuff. I don't think there's anything in my inventory that I really need outside of Yeah, I think I can sell everything except certain consumables that I maybe need. Fine, let's sell on Tumbra, whatever. Oh no, I sold on Tumbra. I don't think I need this one either. Unhindered passing. This one I don't need either. This one I can all go away. What the hell? Thank you so much for 5 sub gifts, Lyric Agent. Thank you so much. Welcome to Cheese, Mr. Hyde, Delaria, Stressy, And Vendrak, thank you. And thanks for 60 months, Whiskey. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Yeah, the ritual of cleaning bags that I never do ever. Once in my lifetime. Wait, this one I need to keep, right? It's the green fire one. Okay, then we don't need this. Don't need this. Okay, everything is fine to keep. We can put this on the bank though. Oh, and this Unity we can sell. Wait, where's the bank? On the other side. Thanks for Prime Sub, Red Ops Kills. Thank you so much. Welcome. Hey, Bara. Good evening. What's up? Alright, let's put this in the bank. For you. Okay. I don't know. What spec do I play for leveling Warlock? To just play Destro? Affliction? Affliction, you say? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Thanks for Prime Sub, Shalane. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's play Affliction then. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, wait. Oh, we need to import the FNR pack. Let's do that real quick. All right, so what did I do in beta with this one? I disabled the cast bar. We just delete this one. Or we just make it load never. Move it a little bit upwards. This is fine. Is it still in the middle? Oh no, it's not. What is this? What the hell? Okay, now it's fine. This here at the bottom, I think we just moved this up. We're just gonna attach it. Maybe I can anchor it. Select frame, choose. Oh, but it should be at the top. Do we need to make it grow differently? Let's see. Okay, let's anchor it to the top. Or middle top. Like so. But does it grow upwards or downwards? Probably downwards, right? How do we change that? Grow custom. Oh shit. Oh no, there's custom code for the grow direction. Oh. Jesus. Oh my. I'm upset. If Y count smaller than row, then 1 and check then T count. Oh my goodness. But why? Oh. Well, we're just gonna bother. This is a problem for future Naguura. Future Naguura has to worry about this one. Thanks for 6 months, Timothy. What's up? How are you doing? And thanks for Prime Sub, Daniel. Thank you so much. It said in the code how to change direction. Oh my god. Okay, let's take a look then. Limit of icons per row. Total row spacing between icons. Change minus to plus after 0 to grow up instead of down. Oh, perfect. Change minus to plus after 0. Like this? Did this work now? Or... Wait, where did it go? Now it's... What? Now it's somewhere completely different. Where is all of this now? Shit. Was I not supposed to change both? Oh, was I just not supposed to change this? Ah, okay, we did it. Whew. Oh my god, we did it. Thank you, guys. Now it seems perfect. Cool, cool, cool. Now we're good, now we're good. Okay, all fine. Saved, guys, saved. Thanks for 9 months, NC. Thank you. Welcome back. Alright, so now we just have to figure out our talents real quick. Thanks for Prime Sub, DT. What's up? Maybe I should copy the... Maybe we should just copy the talents. That he said I should run for M+. You don't have... Did I post that picture anywhere? From Shella when he showed me the talents for M+? I don't think so, right? Yeah, I got it, Kuros. I got it. Okay, wait. Well, let's just figure this out. Whatever. What are we playing? Let's see. We're just gonna wing it. So we want UA, we want seeds, we want soda seeds. We want this. I guess we go Shadow Embrace and Ribbon Agony. Valtaint. Soul Flame. Absolute Corruption. Drain Soul. Soul Tap. Okay, what now? What the hell? We need 4 more points? What the hell? Do you need to scale everything in the tree to get further down? Bold? Withering bolt? Should damage increase by 7% each time it deals damage on your curve. Hmm? This is an 8 enemy. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be pulling more than 8 mobs when questing, right? Pretty sure I'm not going to be reaching the Vile Taint target cap. Oh, well, if I want Soul Rod, I guess I have to go with this. Like so, and then we go Haunt? Like this? Wait, I don't have Dark Glare now. I mean, whatever. Wait, what are my talents here? I have Shadow Fury. I guess I don't want Inquisitor Gaze if it just pulls random mobs. Or do I? I don't know. Thanks for 8 months, Reskill. Thank you so much. Welcome back. How are you doing? Oh, 7 Soul. I don't have 7 Soul. But where's 7 Soul? Oh, 7 Life, you mean? Or what do you mean? But I can pull things with other things. Or what is 7 Soul? Is it like another talent? I'm not gonna expect Siphon Light for leveling, right? That seems like, I don't know about that. I think I'm gonna have enough buttons to press. I don't need an additional one. So we need Burning Rush. Thanks for 10 months, Cinimist. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Dude, I never know what skill on Warlock because Warlock has so many OP class talents, I feel like. Okay, we have Dark Pact now. That's what we needed. We also need... Do we have an ending resolve by default? I guess so. I don't need pet health, right? Let's go with this, whatever. Yeah, whatever. We'll just go with these talents. I'm too lazy to look through everything now. Okay, so we have Fell Rush here. I need a screenshot from my beta Warlock so I know my keybinds. Let me find that real quick. Okay, let's see. When did I play Warlock? Last week we played some Warlock. Shit, I'm not finding it. Wait, all of these are so long ago. What the hell? This was on 21 of November. 21. Well, surely I played some Warlock there, right? Surely, or did I not? Thanks for price of Heathcliff. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You sat. Okay, I'm playing Druid here. Still Druid. Shit. When did I play Warlock the last time? I don't remember. I think on the 16th I played Warlock. Alright. Let me see. 16th. Let's try. No, 16th is when pre-patch came out. Shit. Didn't play Warlock there either. Then it must have been the 15th. Let's see. 15th. 15th, I was looking. Oh, yeah, I was playing Warlock. Let's go. All right. Let's see my keybinds then. Shift C is where I put this. Shift C here. Let's see. Shift C, Shift 3. Shift 3 must have been this then. No, what the hell? Shift 3. Oh, I don't have Shift 3 bound at all? Okay, that's messed up. Okay, let's do that real quick then. Shift 3. Then this is Shift 1. Perfect. Then this is mount, this is pet, this is quick pet, this is that. Okay. Then what else are we missing? Shift T is sphere. TR. Oh, Y is a soul tap. Cool. Health funnel. Heal. Drain soul. R is agony. T is corruption. They're not all T binding. What the hell? Okay. T. Okay, I think I should be fine. Technically speaking. Shut up, Fury. Then. Why is my pet bar in the middle of my screen? And why don't I have thing bounds? Circle. Okay, so I have this now. And this. Shit, I need gateway. I'm missing all of the bindings apparently. Where's my gateway? Wait, where's gateway? Oh, here. Wait. This is that. Shift 4. That's Soul Rot. Great House, we put here. Shift T. This binding we have to change. This one as well. This one as well. This one too. And this one as well. Okay. Okay, so this one is this. Then this is Shift Q. And this is Shift 5. Shift T. Okay. Cool. So what do we not have a binding for? Create House Stone. We don't need a binding for that. Create Soul Well we have. Then this is that. This is this. Control R is Curse of Weakness. Control R. Okay. Okay, whatever. This is fine now. Let's do the quests. If there's a... Wait, what? Was this a macro that I just used? What is this weaker? Oh, wait, I literally just used a macro. Huh? Wait, where's my dark layer? Okay, pot is here. Okay, now we get. Yeah, when Dragonflight comes out, it will start with all of the drops. But you know what we're gonna do now? Thank you so much for 5 sub gifts, Taria. Thank you so much. Welcome to Kali, Raw Data, Mastax, Caffeine, and Nemo. Thank you so much. You know what we're gonna do real quick? We're gonna give away a heroic Dragonflight version, alright? This giveaway is for EU only, unfortunately. And we have 5 Dragonflight versions to give away, okay? 3 heroic versions and 2 epic versions. We're gonna give them away throughout the stream. And right now we're gonna start off with a heroic version of Dragonflight. Huge shout out to Blizzard for providing the giveaways. This is an EU only giveaway. And to enter, you will have to put a code word in the chat. You don't have to be subscribed or anything whatsoever. And everyone can only enter once. The code word is going to be !ticket. But don't worry about the name of the code word. It has nothing to do with tickets or money or anything. It's for free to enter. It's just how the code word works, okay? It hasn't started yet. You don't have to type it right now. Thank you so much for Prime sub, Robbie Robson. Thank you so much. It has not started yet, guys. I have to start it manually and I didn't do it yet. All right, there we go. The ticket has started now. The giveaway has started now. Remember, it's EU only. You can enter by typing !ticket. Or you can type !ticket space 1. It's the same thing. If you can do one or the other. And once you've already entered, you cannot enter again. So keep that in mind. And none of this costs you anything. It's just a code word. Thank you so much for the 33 months, Seawolf. What's up? Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go AFK for a second. And when I come back, we will roll the winner for the giveaway, okay? One sec. All right. Thank you so 9 months, Macron. Thanks for Prime Betterment, and thanks for Prime Medalist as well. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna close the giveaway in a sec. Giving away a heroic Dragonflight edition. Should I make another coffee now or wait a bit? I think we wait a bit. Remind me to get a coffee in an hour. All right, closing the giveaway in 3, 2, 1. Thanks for 7 months, Danny. Appreciate that. All right, the winner of the heroic Dragonflight edition, you only is Steep. Steep, are you around? Hey, Theron, what's up? There we go. Well, congrats to you. Congratulations. Kuros, are you alright to send the codes to the winners? Or should I do that? Yep, alright, perfect. I'll send you the codes. So Kuros is gonna message you, my mod. He's gonna send you the code for the version. For the heroic edition. Okay, so I quickly want to do the initial quest because I haven't done that yet on this character. I just saw that my Caspar is covering these two. Whatever, I'll fix that another time. No, Dragonflight does not drop in 10 minutes. It is in 10 minutes and 4 hours. All right. Hi, Staffix. No, it's in 4 hours and 10 minutes. There are no Great Vault items this week. Or next week. Staffix. Oh wait, I'm a lion, so I forgot. No, there will be no Great Vault. A battle for Astaroth? Do I have to do this? What is that? There's nothing, right? Alright. The music is a bit too loud. We can make it a bit more quiet if you want. Like this. Wait, what did I want to say now? Oh, I wanted to say something. I wanted to answer some question and I forgot. Shit, what was I talking about? Oh, the Great Vault, yeah. So, the Great Vaults cannot be unlocked for the first 2 weeks of Dragonflight because the season will not start for 2 weeks. And the only way to unlock the vault is through raiding Mythic Plus and rated PvP. And these 3 things are not enabled until 2 weeks into the expansion. So there will not be any vaults until the season starts. Alright, let's see if that one works properly. Where do you have to fly? Where am I? Oh. Oh my god, the auto turn-in is enabled and everything. Amazing. It puts markers on them as well. Nice. Go outside to keep. Oh, so I can mount up. Okay. Wait. The arrow is pointing at this though. I just talk to Bellin. Talk to whom? It says, oh, now the arrow updated. I see him. The arrow took a while to update. Oh shit, that's the wrong mount. Let's switch this up. Yeah, make sure you have done the Dragonflight pre-quest, right? On all of your characters. I haven't done it on this character, for example. Make sure you clean your bags, your quest log. Make sure your gear is all good. Yeah, and for the drops start happening as soon as Dragonflight comes out. All you need to make sure is that your Battle.net is connected to Twitch. If you follow the links that are in the chat, then it will explain how it works. You have to go to your Battle.net and then press connections and connect to Twitch. But it's not enabled, so the drops are not happening yet. It starts when Dragonflight comes out. Thanks for Prime Sub Magic. Thank you so much. Once Dragonflight comes out, the drops simultaneously will be enabled as well on Twitch. Both the watch hour one, the one where you have to watch 4 hours of a Dragonflight streamer, and also the other one where you have to gift 2 subscribers to a streamer. Both of them will be enabled on midnight. Or when Dragonflight comes out, depending on your time zone. Thanks for Prime Sub, Julie. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Safe travels. Oh wait, I'm done now, right? These quests that I picked up, they're not their... Yeah, okay, so we're done. So let me just abandon all of these quests now. No! Shut up, Anduin. I don't want your quest. Stop it. Stop it! Why does Anduin keep giving me this quest? Jesus. So pushy. Seriously. Seriously. Do you have to take these stupid quests? Fine then. Yeah, so if you're Alliance, then this mob here will give you the quest, or this is where you have to turn in the quest when Dragonflight comes out. I'm pretty certain. So once Dragonflight comes out, if you're Alliance, you have to be here. Show you where I am. I'm here in Stormwind on this bridge. The NPC is called Toddy Whiskers. So you're just gonna have to wait. The campaign boss is still buggy in beta. Do you think it's more of a server problem and it won't be an issue in live? Well, I hope it's not an issue in live. I hope so. Yeah, I don't know. And if you are Horde, then you have to come here and talk to a Bistian. So you're outside of Orgrimmar on like this like thing here where a Bistian is. Yeah, I do have a feeling that yeah, I think what Gamer says is true, that the beta builds are not necessarily the latest builds. Like usually they have like internal builds that they're going to be pushing to live. Like maybe they just stopped pushing the internal builds to beta. Because if it's only bug fixes and stuff, they figured there's no point to push it to beta because it's work, right? So maybe they just stopped updating the beta in the last couple of days, and now they just like have the internal build that they'll be pushing on live once Dragonflight comes out. Thanks for the prime sub, Albidan. Thank you so much. Okay, so there's an updated post now, by the way. So there was apparently an issue with certain streamers not being eligible for the gifted pet, the sub gift pet. And they updated it now. So if there's a certain streamer that you wanted to give the subs to for the pet, and they were not written in this, they were not in the available streamer list, then maybe you should check again, because maybe they're there now. It's an updated list now, so make sure you check again. Hey, wow, Grandma, what's up? Oh, you were also just recently added? Oh, that's good that you managed to get on the list after all. Thanks for 6 months, a blue goat, what's up? I am on the list, yes. Somewhere, let's find my name. There's so many streamers. Crazy. Oh wait, I scrolled the wrong direction. I forgot that the N is after M. The alphabet is difficult. The goddamn alphabet. There we are. Thanks for promise, Mr. Lyncha, and thank you so much for 2 months, Gorgle. Welcome back. Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, Surrender. Thank you so much. Welcome to Donja and Karma. Thank you very much. We have to give 2 subs or sub ourselves to be... You have to gift 2 subscribers to any streamers that are listed on here. But keep in mind, it is not enabled yet until midnight. Yeah, this is not working yet. It's enabled as soon as Dragonflight comes out. So as soon as Dragonflight is enabled or comes out on live servers, then this is also enabled. And then you can gift subs to whoever is on this list. Man, I hope this is working properly. I really hope the system is working properly, because imagine they like mess it up somehow and people are gifting subs left and right and then they don't get the pet or whatever. Oh my god, I hope it works. Oh. Yeah, guys, there's time zones, okay? So whenever I say midnight, I'm talking about my time zone, which is Central European time. If you don't know what your time zone is, you can just click on this website and it will tell you the time, like how many hours. Like it's 4 hours from now, right? And the timer works for every time zone because it's a global release, right? So if you just look at the timer, you will know when it comes out for you. The actual time might be different, but the timer is the same for everyone. Let's put it up a timer. I could put up a timer. Let's do that. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's put a timer on my stream. Let me just figure out how to do that. Surely I can do that. Let's see. That would be under streaming tools, overlays. New overlay. Okay, add a widget. Countdown. Count dates. It would be the next day midnight, right? Like if I put midnight, then does it have to be the 28th midnight or 29th midnight? Man, why doesn't this work? 29th midnight? Okay. Man, what am I doing wrong? Why can I not select a minute? Oh my god, why is it complicated? I'm confused. Somebody... Sorry, I'm being an idiot. Somebody help me, please. Oh, wait, it worked. Woo! I don't know what I did, but that worked. Okay. There we go. Count to exact time. Oh no, count to date. Okay, we have a timer here. Let's make it look pretty. Let's remove days. Okay. Let's see. Let's make it a bit bigger, maybe. Actually, I can do that afterwards. Rotation? Nah. Text settings. Okay, wait, this is fine, surely, yeah. Perfect. Let's just take this. All right. Wait, I can write a text. Let's write a text. Let's see. Def release and drops enabled. Can I not put a shit? Can I not put a thingy here? Like a what's it called? Line break? How do you do that? How do line breaks work? Oh my god. This is so complicated. You know what we could do? Let's just make an extra text. Plus text. Perfect. Dragonflight release. And perfect. Wait, let's make it middle. That looks better. Or does it? Yeah, surely. Perfect. Okay. Now we save this. Copy link, save. Overlay name. DF timer. Okay, let's put it here. Browser. Oops. Oh. DF timer. $140. Shit, what is the resolution again? 1440 times what? 250? 1250? No, shit. What? Shit. I never know my solution. 250. 250 times what? 2560. Wait, 2560. 560 times what? It's 140. 560. Oh my god, it's so complicated. There we go. Alright, and now we make it bigger to make sure no one misses it. Okay, do you think that's big enough? Are we good? Are we good? What do you think? Let's move the thing somewhere else. This one here. Perfect. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Vincent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And thanks for Prime Sub, Chumaki as well. Welcome, everybody. Oh. All right, what do we do now? Do we watch the Preach video? Kind of want to watch it. I heard it's very interesting. Oh, it's 1 hour and 12 minutes though. Oh, it's so long. It doesn't matter, I guess. We still have 4 hours. We might as well. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get something to eat then. While we watch the Preach video.
Alright, it is Tuesday. We are on our way for the first time.
Wait, what is going on with the latest sub thing? Huh? Oh, it worked. Never mind, we're good.
Right now with all our stuff. By now, you guys have probably seen the tweet that we're going to be filming today. I wrote a couple of days ago and was hoping Ian would be fine with it. A little nervous to see how they respond to us being there. This is really
Thanks for 5 months. Wash, what's up?
Them as well. They've never let anybody have the access we're going to
loud
have.
Enough?
We're hoping they're going to take us behind the scenes. We'll have to sign
What's
NDAs,
the other video,
we're
Kuras?
working on late Dragonflight stuff and maybe even the next expansion as well. So,
Shit, wait, let me also enable the browser source here. Here, Dragonflight timer. Let's make it big. There we go. Perfect. Thanks for Prime Sub, Kinney. Thank you so much.
One of the things is we noticed maybe a little nerves getting closer with the people we're going to be interviewing. They're not trained to be in front of camera and they might be a little worried about what some people might say with such long form discussions as we're having. But honestly, the conversations we've had in the last day or so, everyone seems really excited to do this and to
see if there's some sort of food I can find real quick. Give me a sec.
Our role right now is what has changed, what happened. We know what happened, all the allegations. The Shadowlands not doing very well, and their previous expansions kind of going in a downhill trend, and now they seem to have changed their entire philosophy. So hopefully we can dig into what caused that, other than just financials and trying to get sub numbers up. How did they change their entire approach to the game? So that's what we're interested in. I hope it goes well. We're getting to meet so many cool people, and higher ups like serious execs. So fingers crossed, guys. I'm on tenterhooks.
The sheer number of cases that came out at that point, I was like, oh my god.
I just want to be hype about it again.
We're missing something big here, so we're failing.
Time to give up on World of Warcraft.
Alright, we're
Almost
cooking some
a year
pasta.
ago, after 10 years of making
you
nearly
will,
daily
Clayton.
World of Warcraft content, decided that I could no longer do it. My love of the game, my passion of the game, and my enjoyment of the game had been reduced to absolute zero. Dragonflight starts coming, and one of the messages I receive is they have changed practically everything that I disliked about the game. So, what changed? Blizzard suffered through heavy issues during COVID-19 and then a spate of sexual allegations and lawsuits which entirely disrupted the upper management.
Some
That's
you
a
have to
lot
give 2
that's
steps.
happened.
I would rather subscribe
What's
to different
really
streamers
changed?
myself.
So we decided we
yeah.
would go and find out properly. If I was going to play this
I
game
get it,
again,
but then at the same
enjoy
time,
this
maybe
game and
people
make
are
content
already
with this game
subscribed
again,
to some
I
of the
need to know
streamers.
the real truth.
And then,
so we sent a
you know what I
message to
mean?
Blizzard. We're not looking for money. In fact, we have paid to be here. That's right.
Like, if they would say, hey, you get the amount if you sub to 2 different streamers, then maybe some people are already subscribed to the streamers that they want to support, and then those people would have to subscribe to other streamers that they maybe don't necessarily care that much about. So it's kind of weird, right? So I guess it makes sense that they tell you to gift subscribers to specific people. But yeah. I meant to because yeah, I see Kuros there, yeah.
Right. This is not a marketing scheme. This is nothing that Blizzard has organized. They haven't asked me to come here. We asked them. We said, we will pay for it. We will come there. All we ask for is a bit of your time and sitting down properly. Over the years, I've done several interviews with Blizzard employees from the top brass, but always under limitations. Being in front of a live Twitch stream.
We're watching the Preach video where he went to Blizzard HQ and it was interviewing them about their new philosophy.
And I don't want any of that
about
today.
WoW.
And Blizzard said yes. They said absolutely. We will give you a week on our campus. We will give you unprecedented, unfiltered access to our facilities and to what is going on. So as you can see, guys, I am here. I am standing on the Blizzard campus in front of the famous orc statue, and I have been and met absolutely everybody. Let's go on this journey and find out what the real truth is. First of all, let's sit down with 2 of the big guns. You probably haven't seen these outside of
Storm.
major
Thank you
announcements and
so
don't know
much.
who they
Welcome,
are.
welcome.
But they are very big deals. First, we're going to sit down with Holly Longdale. Holly joined in 2020 to take over the Classic team. She has so much MMO experience, it's ridiculous. She spent nearly 10 years alone on EverQuest 2 getting their Classic game up and running, and she's now the Vice President of all of World of Warcraft.
All the Final Fantasy merch in the
John
back.
Hine. John's been in the game since 1993. He's worked on video game franchises you guys probably love, like God of War, Command & Conquer Red Alert. He literally, and I mean this, wrote the book on how to create video games. He was a professor for years and joined the World of Warcraft team in 2011. Cool. He is now in charge of Warcraft, not just World of Warcraft, all of Warcraft. I couldn't miss the opportunity while I had these 2 here to find out how Classic came about and how it's probably influencing Dragonflight.
I mean, Classic seems to have been a runaway success. Like the meme of it being, you know, you think you want it, but you don't.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
oh, we want it.
We thought you didn't, but you did.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I mean, how was that decision come to at the time? Like, what made the change there? With
that we actually made Classic?
Yeah, that you were like, okay, they keep asking, we're going to do it.
Honestly, yeah, we didn't think it was going to be financially even necessarily a great decision as much as it was our fans are really asking for this. Some of our most devoted fans are asking for this. And it really was. When we say it was a love letter, it was a love letter. We're like, we justified it in the, hey, we do this. It's going to make our fans super happy. And, you know, we're going to learn a lot in the process. But, I mean, come on. How many games have gone back and recreated that? And I did that on God of War, right?
Yep.
God of War 1 and 2 and up-resed them. But the game's still live. You know, it's like you can still play those areas in modern. So going back and recreating that original experience, I don't think that's ever been done before.
I mean, RuneScape's tried. Old school RuneScape is, but they had to accept a lot of changes.
Thanks for Prime sub, Sue Along. Thank you so much.
Doing our EverQuest Classic servers. This WoW is a whole different.
Yeah. This whole meme of you want it, you think you want it, but you don't. I'm sure that's something that they still think, like, because it's true, right? Like that whole saying of you think you do, but you don't. I think it's a true statement to make in certain situations, but I'm sure they'll like never ever have anyone say that ever again. Like, surely they have like meetings, like internal meetings where they're like, do not say the words. Make sure you don't say it. But I'm sure like internally they still think this way sometimes when people say, hey, we want this. And then internally they're still going to be like, yeah, I don't think they actually want this, you know. Yeah, they have like PR training where they have like a list of things they are not allowed to say. It's like the number 1, don't say you think you do, but you don't. Do not ask if they have phones.
animal.
Yeah.
What challenges did you meet then that you weren't expecting, I guess?
With Classic?
Yeah, for sure.
Numbers. Just vast,
the sheer amount of people
vast
playing.
numbers. Yeah, and, you know, players never do what you expect them to, like ever.
That's like every MMO lesson ever, right? Is they're like
Yeah.
ants, they just crawl across the planet.
But that's one of the beauties of it is, you know, we're re-exploring and
EDS low volume.
relearning, you know, Classic. Even as much time and effort is spent in the archaeology of, you know, does it match what the original game was like? But when
Better.
players interact with it now, the skill
second,
that
I'm
they
gonna have to
have,
check
the
in my water
knowledge,
for my pass.
you know, that some of them have done it before.
Mm-hmm.
All these like really interesting little edge cases and stuff that they find, and you know, it's a day-to-day, you know, wow, look what they figured out.
Yeah.
It was based
Did you
on
expect it to just be like everyone's going to play it for like a month? Was that your expectation?
Kind of. I mean, I remember our original estimates, and it was kind of funny because we totally underestimated the number of realms we were going to have, and I can remember, you know, like arguing with one of our regions, you know, it was like very conservative and like, you know, we're only going to need this. And we'd flown out there and we're like, no, we think based on our estimates in North America, you're probably going to want to have more than that within, and, you know, God bless the Classic team, but like literally within weeks, they had to spin up 10 times our estimate.
Yeah. Almost like the original WoW.
To handle it.
It's almost like you've recreated that back-end experience.
Except we
as
had
well.
the technology this time. Then it was like,
scrabbling
we don't
around
have the
levels.
hardware. What do we do? I don't know. Go up to Fry's.
Literally belt strapping things together. Plug it in. Go, go, go. But
Yeah.
it's been. I'm curious what you guys have learned from that. From
And
what the players
it's
doing
so
Classic
good with
that's
the
now
queue.
coming into the retail game. But you were like,
And people
we should bring
actually
that
queued
into
up
the
in
retail.
game.
You're seeing it, yeah. I mean, that's the exciting thing is Classic brought back these conversations about talent trees, like revamping talents. How much do you love spending your points and experimenting with your class? Or if that was what your memory is, that's my memory of Classic or of Vanilla. And so the team recognized that. They're always taking the pulse too. It's like players really love that. And professions. I think the teams really wanted for a long time to be able to focus on professions as well.
Mm-hmm.
But even how we are looking at content, right? So more, you know, in Vanilla or Classic,
I just
there's
need
the
to
exploration
make sure I move my
factors.
character once in a
It
while.
felt less guided.
So let's switch
And the
the
team's taking
timeline.
that to heart too. And
let's
you'll
switch the
see
view
elements
of my
that in
stream.
Dragonflight as well. It's
So I
a
see
really
it
wonderful
whenever I go
exploration
AFK.
about, you know, where are we now and where are we going to
Move
go
this
in the
here.
future, and kind of taking stock and listening to the community, and it's pretty incredible to see it coming through in Dragonflight.
Yeah, I think the
like this.
social interaction, you know,
I
in
miss that so
Classic,
much.
I don't want to
you know,
accidentally log out and then
you
I can't
had
log in again or
you know,
something.
just to get through stuff, you had to make friends, and we were all in this together. You know, I played in the beta, and I played, you know, WoW. I played for 18 years.
What's the biggest change you've seen in players? Because I talk about like what idyllic MMOs, you know, what would if I was creating an MMO, what it would look like, and I focus so much on the people because I can't think of an MMO being anywhere what I would consider great without the people you play with. I think about my guild more than what's this feature, what's this content. But the growing loud voice that I've seen across many MMOs now. We're talking to so many MMO companies.
Hey, what is going on
The
with...
players who just want the solo experience. And their biggest fear is
What were they cover? You see this? What are they covering up here, guys? There's the microphone. Oh, yeah, that makes
people
sense.
you play with. I think about my guild more than what's this feature. what's
The
this content.
microphone. Okay.
But the growing
Aha.
loud voice that I've seen across many MMOs now. We're talking to so many MMO companies. A lot of players who just want the solo experience. And their biggest fear is actually other people, which blows my mind because I was like, I love the people so much, even the bad ones, because that's a moment, you know. I think about those moments with the bad people. And what's the biggest change you've seen in gamers in general?
I think you've actually identified one of the challenges that we face with World of Warcraft is we know that a lot of players just want to come in, have some fun, know that, you know, there's things for them to do.
It actually have microphones here already.
not
Maybe
have
it's
the
just another
pressure of
camera
having
or something, or
to
light.
interact with other people.
Mm-hmm.
But then they want to, you know, and then when they have that chance encounter, you know, where someone happens to be farming the same thing and you just got killed 3 times and, you know, okay, let's join in a group together. We did it. We killed it together. Awesome. That's cool. Or meeting, you know, that set of friends that you start running.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the drops start at the same time for all streamers, and it's when Dragonflight comes out. Okay? So just think about the drops in relation to the Dragonflight release. The Dragonflight release is a global release. It comes out at the same time for everyone. The timer for it is at the top left of the screen. If you look at my stream, there's a timer on the top. And the drops also start at that same time. All right? For all streamers. There isn't any streamers that get it earlier and others get it later or whatever. It's all at the same time. For all streamers, for all people. All right?
Running dungeons with, or you start doing a raid with, and enjoying some of that group content that we've created. Those are some of the best moments in the game.
Yep.
Like, I remember it was Christmas a few years back when we had the hive mind, mount. It was this crazy set of things that you had to do to unlock it. And I did this with a completely random set of people. 4 people I didn't even know. We went through all of it. I had all the monocles. We got this thing, and we were all like high-fiving each other. And I I got to put them on my friends list. And I actually kept in contact with the one for a couple months after that.
Yeah.
But those moments are so cool. And I think, we try to have experiences like that, where you no pressure, you can play by yourself if you want to.
Again for 1 second,
and I think there's something actually kind of comforting knowing that while I'm wandering around doing my solo thing, working on one of my alts or whatever, that there's thousands of other people around there, and I can see them doing their thing. And I think that's a really fun part of the game. It reminds me that I'm not just...
Okay, let me quickly talk about this. I am using the Rested XP add-on because I am sponsored by Rested XP. It is a paid guide though, or at least the information that you're putting into the guide is not free. You have to check it out in that link. If you want to pay for it, you can check it out. It's linked in the chat right now. You have to click on a link. You have to pay for it. You can use code Naguura for 5% off, and then you're feeding the information into the add-on for Dragonflight. Keep in mind though that I personally don't think you need an add-on for this, yeah? Only use it if you really want to, if you want to make sure that you're doing it correctly, that you're fast or whatever. But I personally do not think that you need an add-on. I've leveled on beta. You basically just follow the main campaign. It's pretty straightforward. There's nothing you can really do wrong. You don't have to be fast. There's no advantage for being fast. So really having an add-on, yeah, it's going to speed things up a little bit because you have an arrow that points you where to go and blah, blah, blah. Surely having the add-on is going to make it quicker. But you don't have to be, right? You can totally just do your own thing. You don't need to do use the add-on whatsoever, right? So keep that in mind. But if you want to use it, sure, go ahead. Click on the link, use the code to get a little bit of a discount, and then just feed the information into the add-on. You have to download the actual add-on, and then afterward, the add-on itself is free, but there's no information in the add-on. You have to pay for the guide, and then the guide you download is a code that you import into the add-on, and then you get all of the data for the quest for Dragonflight and all that, yeah?
Doing this all by myself.
Like I said before, what does it mean for Azeroth to feel alive?
Let me check on my pasta.
Day to day, week to week, and ongoing, and how do we evolve that? And to me, I geek out. We all geek out about all this stuff about how do we evolve? We are committed to WoW evolving and delivering more for players and being mindful of the community. So when you're talking about how gamers have changed, we have people like you, people that we are a living, breathing community, not just in Azeroth, but outside it as well. And really, advancing our thinking about what does it mean for all of us as a community around World of Warcraft. So we're thinking really big, and then also, what's going to bring players along,
Yeah, paid add-ons are against the terms of service, but in this case, the add-on itself is not paid. It's just the information that you're feeding into it. So it's like, I would say it's like a loophole, because the actual add-on you can download for free. It's just the guide itself. It's basically like TomTom without any coordinates, right? Because you can download TomTom, the arrow, but if you don't feed any information into it, then it doesn't point anywhere, right? So technically speaking, I could say, hey, give me $10 and I give you all of these coordinates on where you can find these mystery things. And then that will be fine because I'm giving you information that I, put together. That's how it works, right?
week to week, month to month, and make sure that, you know, we're serving our community who want to live there.
This is why this trip is so important. Sitting down with these guys, finding out how Classic came about and how it's going to influence Dragonflight, so amazing. But one of the things I'm worried about with coming here is I actually don't know how everybody plays World of Warcraft. I think back to my day to day, from vanilla all the way up until the end, and the sheer amount of mandatory content that has been added to the game over the years has just grown exponentially, including several systems which are just infinite in time. Now, of course, mandatory is a subjective thing. If you break it down, everything is optional. But if you wanted a character wearing the current gear, the latest legendaries, whatever it might be, your commitment to the game has massively increased, even doing content that perhaps you don't like simply because you have to. Torghast would be a great example of that. But the thing is, I actually don't know whether people like doing that. Nobody does except them. So let's sit down with Ian and try and find out how people spend their time in Azeroth. For I know how you guys spend your time, and that's by picking up a Display. Display are proudly sponsoring this video so we could take all our equipment, pack up our staff, and fly across the world in order to speak to Blizzard on your behalf.
Skip this.
I mean, you serve so many different player types, right? I mean, I'm not sure how your metrics work, but one of the questions, because I think it's really tough when you're out there and you're not just a content creator, but you're anybody's. The vast majority is a horrible, horrific term that gets thrown around all the time in reference to World of Warcraft. This is what the vast majority likes. What do people actually do in the game? Because you know, we don't know.
I mean, everything. Honestly, I mean, I think that's one of the quirks of WoW. It's part of the magic of WoW. It's part of what makes designing for WoW really challenging at times. I think you could take a dozen people, all of whom would say WoW is their primary game. It's one of their favorite games. It's a game they play a ton. You could sit them around a table and have them talk about what they do in the game and why they like it. And it could sound like they're describing 12 different games or experiences that would be foreign to the others. It really is everything from the, you know, completionist solo collector to the casual PvPer who just queues Battlegrounds all weekend, to the hardcore PvPer who wants to push high rating, to the Mythic Plus focus player, to the casual raider, to the hardcore raider, to everything in between. And then all the different Venn diagram overlaps, and all of those people are World of Warcraft players.
Yeah,
and it's and I think the world
actually,
is,
I will consider pet battle
as I said earlier,
people
richer
not World of
because it
Warcraft
has
players.
all of them in it. But a challenge is, there is no majority, so to speak. It's a collection of many minorities, each of whom have different and sometimes competing interests. And I think that's part of the challenge when it comes to listening, addressing feedback. I think, often the two are a little bit conflated, where hearing feedback should mean, in the eyes of players, and understandably so, well, do what I say. We told you I told you I don't like this. We told you we don't like this, and you didn't change it. Therefore, you're clearly not listening.
Especially if that person believes they're a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable person, and I think you're incorrect. So,
and they are,
everything
and they
I
are
want is what matters.
And I think it's totally reasonable to want to advocate
I'm the
for
only
the game that you want to play, and the play style that you favor. And it's our job to take everybody's concerns into account. It's not a player's concern to take other people's happiness into their account when playing a game. They just want what's going to make it the most fun for them. And so, I think the challenge comes where sometimes those desires are directly conflicting. Where,
You got an example?
Yeah, I mean, I think rewards are a clear case.
I'd love to get into this with you.
Yeah, right. It's basically the people who want to do a thing and don't see any value in it and want it to be more rewarding, versus the people who don't want to be forced to do the thing and want it to stay not rewarding at all. Or, should PvE gear have any place in PvP, or vice versa? And to some extent, like, we can continue to separate out the ecosystems to solve these problems. We can say there's no crossover whatsoever, and you're basically playing a completely different game if you're doing this activity versus that activity. Or to the extent that there's crossover, there's going to be some people who would prefer it weren't that way.
For sure, because, I mean, one of the most common things, and I'm guilty of this, and what I could also honestly say after now we're here is, I definitely got to the point where I was so immersed in it and not happy that I definitely went overboard with where I was, which I think is the place you end up with because of a business relation. It's like, ordinarily, I just put the game down. I don't know whether it's an internal pressure, and I kind of think this goes back all the way to Naxxramas, the original one, where it's like, we've invested time and money into this content, but if we don't make them go, they're not going to go. And it's something that's a very real thing.
I think it is a real thing. I think make is maybe too strong a word. But if we don't incentivize it, if we don't make it feel like you are progressing in some way as a result of it, then yeah, people probably won't do it. But I think if we made a zone full of awesome quests that literally offered no rewards, as a hypothetical, right? No experience, no gold, no items, nothing at all, but it's really cool content, most people wouldn't touch it. People who did might touch it once. And that's not to say that, you know, the people who would do it if you're doing it to level, who would do it if you're doing it to get a profession recipe, to whatever, are going to dislike it as a result. But at the end of the day, it is a game that, as part of just the core RPG progression, you have a lot of goals, you're making your numbers go up, you're trying to overcome challenges, you're choosing how to spend your often limited time these days wisely, and you're going to spend that time doing things that are getting you closer to your goals. Maybe like at the end of an expansion when you have no more other goals left, you might go back and chase cosmetics or do things that, you know, you haven't had a chance to just for completionist's sake. But those feel like lost opportunities when there's something out there that has potential that's just underutilized.
Yeah, so where do you draw the line then in being incentivizing it via power? So, you know, it's Torghast throwing the legendary requirement into there.
Yeah.
Versus
all right, we
this
got some
gives you a
pasta.
cool mount.
Let's take a look.
Do you see like
Pasta.
do you see a distinct difference in participation? It's
Hey,
like,
Calandra,
they'll
what's
just
up?
look at it. And I guess a good example of this would actually be challenge modes. And
It's-
I don't know if you know the participation rates there. Which,
It's bell pepper and ricotta pesto. Quick pause. I do want to talk about the reward thing that you said, and I think that is very true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. I wish people wouldn't need rewards to want to do the content that they like. But the reality is that sometimes you have to, quote unquote, force people to do content and they will end up liking it, right? But if you don't give them rewards for it, then people won't do it, which is, it's kind of funny when you think about it. It's like, why wouldn't you do the things that you like doing just because you don't get something? You know, it's like, why wouldn't you do it? It's very interesting. Because I personally am not really somebody that is really affected by that. Because I've been doing stuff that doesn't give a reward in return for ages, right? I mean, I've been part of the Race World First when there was absolutely nothing that I got from it. Nothing, right? Didn't get any money, didn't get any like in-game rewards, just absolutely nothing. And same goes with like High and Plus or whatever. You don't really get anything from doing that. Nowadays you have a rank 1 title, but before that you got nothing. So I personally just always kind of did the thing that I liked, even if there wasn't any like in-game reward. But I do understand why people wouldn't do it. Yeah, I mean, you still get prestige, but that's not an in-game thing, right? And we're talking about in-game rewards right now. It's interesting.
which were purely cosmetic rewards, right?
Thanks for 22 months, Nautica. What's up?
And did that come across as perhaps a failure? Because not enough people did
moving
it?
game.
I don't think challenge modes were a failure, no. Their participation was overall quite low. It got a bit better. I want to say, if I remember, towards the end of Mists, I think we added a decent chunk of Valor for doing challenge mode runs that helped, like, it helped justify it to people who were just looking to cap their Valor for the week. They could at least work towards something else at the same time. But it wasn't seen as a failure because I think it also, as someone who worked very directly on challenge modes, 10 years ago, it wasn't 30 people laboring to make this thing. It was, let's try an extra difficulty, let's add an extra overlay on the content we're already making. And for the people who got a lot of value out of it, a lot of enjoyment out of it, that felt well worth what we put into it. But I think, yeah, you're correct. When we're looking at a major expansion feature like a Torghast, if that were only used by as many people as did Mist challenge modes, that would have been seen as a significant failure. It's like, we put a ton of time, design resources, engineering, art, iteration into this. If only 8% of our players did it, well then we should really, we should have just put those resources into something else that 90% of our players were going to do, because we would have made more of our players happy. At the end of the day,
anyone
like,
do pet battles
that's the challenge we're trying to solve.
There's rewards for pet battles. I mean, there's
a finite
achievements.
team, even as we
got
grow,
the
even
actual
as we
pets and
hire,
stuff. There's
we have
world
this
quests
many,
related to it.
person hours of work that can be done this year. How do we deploy those? How do we allocate
there's
those
nothing,
in a way
right?
that's going to make the most fun for the most players?
Well, one of the things in Dragonflight that's changing is because obviously part of what I would consider the failure of Torghast is that people felt. I know that one of the reasons I stopped playing was I'd log on to my alt, and it was like, okay, I kind of need to farm a legendary. I kind of need
Moonkin is just fine. If you want to play Moonkin, play Moonkin.
As somebody, as I'm sure you're aware, I was a huge champion of Torghast. Like I had a great interview with Morgan about Torghast, and then a lot of it changed. And I was like, this is just killing my soul. You know, it made me very unhappy. It's like, where do you then? Is that just a case of looking at alt friendliness for that, or is this in Dragonflight where you actually have completely smashed this out of the park?
It's there's a few pieces to that. I think even aside from alt friendliness, which was clearly an issue there, I think that the mandatory weekly loop, the feeling that you have to do this basically every week, essentially forever, and if you miss a week, you're falling behind, and if you put it off, you know, I think that's something that got us thinking a lot about just the player psychology of how people approach mandatory things with expiration date, perceived chores, like that feeling of maybe it's Monday or I guess Tuesday if you're in Europe, and
Wednesday.
the last day of the week is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
so
okay,
Tuesday,
okay.
if you're in
Tuesday,
Europe,
yeah, all right.
you had a long day at work, then you went out for dinner with your friends, with your loved ones, whatever. You come home, you're exhausted, and you realize like, oh crap, I haven't done my Torghast run
Been
for
there
the
many
week.
times.
Exactly. Does that make you feel good about World of Warcraft in that moment?
No.
Absolutely not. And so, why are we doing that to people? And there's a lot of ways around that. There's, you know, it's catch-up mechanisms so that, you know, if you knew that if you missed it this week, you could just catch up and do 2 next week or whatever.
It's very interesting that he says this because I don't know why this really happened. But the vault is exactly what he's describing. And people are not upset about the vault, right? I've been mentioning this multiple times on my stream, that the vault is incredible, like FOMO, right? If you miss out on the vault, you miss out on an item. If you come home on Tuesday before reset and you're exhausted and you're like, oh my god, I haven't unlocked my vault yet. Do you feel good about that? No, right? So exactly what he has been describing happens as well with the vault. Now, I guess people are not complaining about the vault as much because they can basically do content that they enjoy. But then at the same time, is that true? In the past, they changed this now in Dragonflight, but in Shadowlands and in BFA, the vault was always like the easiest way to unlock in Mythic Plus. And I can guarantee you that there's like a huge amount of players that felt like they have to play in Plus to unlock the vault, even if they didn't like M+. I'm sure a lot of people were pushed towards M+ and felt like it's a chore just to unlock the vault, right? Well, other people that liked M+, maybe they didn't feel like it's a chore for them, but people that that were like heroic raiders or normal mode raiders, they had to do the vault through M+, because that one gives higher item level than your heroic raid vault, right? Now, they changed it a bit now in Dragonflight for the difficulty to be more aligned, which I think is a great change, because now maybe if you're a heroic raider, you don't feel the need to do M+ anymore, because it's a much bigger effort to actually get the highest item level, which I guess could be comparable to doing mythic raiding. So the fact that they evened it out a bit in difficulty is good, but I still wish that they would have added extra vaults, which I think they've talked about this multiple times, but didn't actually implement it. The idea was that if you missed out on the vault once, that you would get 2 charges of the vault next week, or you can select 2 items next week. They've talked about this like a few times. I've heard them say it in interviews, but I don't think they've implemented it. So I hope they're doing that to kind of stop this from happening, what Ian just described, right? But I don't know what it is with the vault, and I don't know why people are not really complaining about the FOMO there. Like, a lot of people are just not really complaining. So maybe they're pushing it off. Maybe they're saying, you know what? We're not going to give them a catch-up mechanic for the vault because no one's complaining about it, so why should we give it to them, right? It's interesting. I personally don't necessarily care about the vault or about a catch-up mechanic because I play WoW for a living, so I always unlock my vault, really. I don't really have an issue with it. But I can totally see how other people that don't play as much would have an issue with it and feel bad about it. So for those players, I think it would be really nice if there was a catch-up vault, where if you go on a holiday for 2 weeks, you don't miss out on 2 items. You can come back and like get 3 items from the vault, or maybe unlock the vault 3 times or whatever it may be.
Suddenly the psychology is very different. If there's more flexibility and you can do multiple weeks in a row, or if there's just less, if it's less of an exclusive reward that only comes from this one source, now suddenly it's fine. Yeah, you're tired tonight, you had fun doing other things, you don't have to log in when you don't want to. But in any case, getting back to Torghast, I think, yeah, it was gameplay that was kind of forced to overstay its welcome in a lot of ways, because it became something that you had to keep doing for as long as people did. Something that we've tried to pivot to, and I know you mentioned you didn't personally jump in and do Zereth Mortis.
No.
But part of how we approached the activities there, the cipher system, the reputations, the outdoor loop, was basically we're going to give you a couple of weeks of the first couple of weeks. We're going to say, here's frankly a carrot that everyone's going to want. You want to get your second legendary. You want the ability to craft your Unity legendary. That's the second one that you can equip. Doing that's going to take you a couple of weeks of checking out the content. Past that, everything is 100% optional, but you've seen it all. And you can decide whether you like it or not. And if you like it, you've gotten a taste and you can keep going. And if you don't, cool, just never go back. You can ignore it and focus on Mythic Plus, raids, whatever else. And it's a little bit of a middle ground between there being no mandatory power at all, where a lot of people who might have enjoyed the content will never even give it a chance because they're like, well, why am I going to do that? It doesn't give me anything. Or obviously the opposite end of the spectrum, where it just becomes an endless thing that you have to keep doing.
Do you take it?
1 second. Twitch drops are going to be active in 3 hours and 14 minutes. It ignores people who don't live in the game 20 hours a week, even though they pay $15. It's stupid. Then they quit because they can't stay relevant. I do quickly want to talk about this that you just mentioned now. I 100% understand that there's a lot of people who don't have that much time to play the game, right? I 100% get it. But at the same time, you also have to understand that reducing the requirements for rewards is causing like a huge shift in the game, and you're basically saying, oh, everyone should only have to spend like 5 hours a week to get the maximum amount of rewards. Or like, how far are we going to go down? And then there's going to be a person that says, oh, I can't play 5 hours per week. I have children. I have 4 different jobs. I have to take care of my aunt's bird because it broke its wing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and then what do you say then? Okay, well, then everyone is going to get the maximum reward for playing 4 hours a week. And then it's like, oh, actually, I can't play 4 hours a week. I can only play 1 hour per week because I have to do this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then at some point, they're going to be like, oh, you know what? Okay, so everyone just locks into the game for 10 minutes and you immediately get all rewards, you know? Like, I totally understand that people are upset if they cannot get all of the rewards because they cannot play that much. Like, I 100% get it. But then at the same time, you have to stay, like, reasonable. If you cannot put the time in, then you can't. Yeah, it sucks that you cannot get all the rewards, but there's always people who will not have the amount of time that is required. There's always going to be people that cannot play 1 hour per week. There's people that can't even play half an hour per week, you know? It just happens. And I think Blizzard is really trying to kind of make things available to everyone. Like, they really are trying to support, like, the casual player base and stuff. Like, even stuff like the Vault. The Vault is literally just there to support people that cannot play that much, right? Because without the Vault, you wouldn't be able to get high item level at all as a non-mythic raider. But now, with the Vault, people that don't raid mythic, they still can get up to their item level at the very end of an expansion, right? Or at the patch. All of these things are just catch-up mechanics for people that don't have that much time. But you have to stop it at some point. Like, there has to be a threshold where you say, okay, a person that plays 50 hours per week, they're just going to have a bit more than people who play 5 hours per week. Like, you have to, like, you know, there has to be some sort of line where you reward people that spend more time, right? Even if the reward is just a little bit, which it is, right? I don't think people that play that much have a lot more like available to them. But there has to be some line somewhere that you're drawing, right? And yeah, at the same time, I think it's a good point that if you have very little time to play the game, then maybe an MMO is just not for you, right? Because an MMO is such a grind. Like the whole premise of an MMO is that it's a grind. Like you're grinding things and you're getting towards your goals. Like that's the whole idea of an MMO, right? And if you do not have the time to put into the game, then either you have to accept the fact that you cannot have everything, or you have to choose a different game that does not require you to grind that much, right? Because, yeah, I 100% understand that it sucks that you don't have the same amount of time available to you anymore as you had maybe 10 years ago, because now you have responsibilities, you have a family, you have work to do. Like, I 100% understand. But then at the same time, they cannot just change the way an MMO works just because there's people who can only play 3 hours a week, you know? Like, you have to be a little bit reasonable in that regard. Thank you so much for the sub, Lubers. Thank you so much. Welcome. And thanks for Prime sub, Witchy. Thank you so much. Thanks for 22, Nautica as well. And there's always a there's definitely a ceiling, right? A person that plays 100 hours a week, that person will not have more things than another person that plays like 30 hours a week or whatever, right? So there's always some sort of ceiling, which is good because it's not being rewarded that you play like insane amount of hours. But of course, there's going to be a difference between a person that only plays 2 hours a week and a person that plays 20, right? There's a difference between that, but then at some point there's just a ceiling. At some point you cannot earn any more, no matter how much time you spend. I definitely do not play 100 hours a week, no. No. That would be a lot of hours.
Pretty hard stance on this. For my playtesting of Dragonflight, this has now become almost a core value of Blizzard going forward, or seemingly, but obviously we're here to talk about it today, is like just no more of that. No more mandatory stuff. And is there like an internal fear then? It's like, are we making stuff now that people aren't going to check out?
I don't think I would even have time to sleep at that point.
A lot of games now are going with a more drop-in, drop-out style, and they're still maintaining a sub. Is that something? I mean, this is a risky move you're making in Dragonflight, I think, internally.
I think so. The concept of mandatory, I do think, only applies to a certain portion of the player base. I think it's certainly, high-end competitive players, if there's any advantage that they can get, they have to get it.
Yeah, we'll see you.
But I think some of what we're also moving away from that lets us, like systems like Renown or Outdoor World Loop, they have powerful rewards from them. You can make, this profession crafting reagents at the end of a Renown tracks that will let you make 402 plus gear that is heroic raid quality. There are other, profession recipes and other things that people will look at and want. But the Mythic Raider who's looking to, push for the Hall of Fame isn't going to look at any of those things and say, oh no, this stuff I need from this that I can't get elsewhere, therefore I have to do it.
Yeah.
And some of that is just a product of moving away from the auxiliaries, so-called borrowed power alternate advancement systems that we had in the last few expansions. Item level is kind of the simple universal reward. Item level is power, but it's fungible. You can get it from other sources, and it's only as valuable as how it compares to the other stuff you have access to, as opposed to artifact power, essences for your Heart of Azeroth, conduits, all those other things, where it didn't matter how high your eye level was from other content, you had to do this because it was additive.
Mm-hmm. But they were great things, though. Like, it was always the acquisition that was the problem. Like, the actual result was great. I just don't want to farm 50,000 honor in Battlegrounds, Like, the actual system itself. And Azerite Armor in particular is one that I'm deeply upset about. Because I genuinely thought item level is something, and again, it's personal bias, I have no issue with Mr. Does his World Quest having the same item level as Mythic Raider. But Azerite Armor seemed to perhaps open the door to be like, well, we can tailor this now to world questing and your experience. We can do it for PvP. We can do it for Mythic Plus, make 5 mana more fun things. It didn't go that way, unfortunately. It was kind of the set bonuses throughout there. But now you are upping the rewards from Mythic Plus, giving those guys natural appeasing people like
It's
JD.
so interesting that Preach just mentioned Asteroid gear, because I didn't know that Preach has the same opinion that I do about Asteroids. Because Asteroid gear, the idea of Asteroid gear was so good. I personally thought it was a genius idea. Like the fact that you have 3 pieces of loot equipped that permanently give you a set bonus, technically speaking. It was the same thing as tier set, except it was locked on certain slots that you couldn't loot otherwise. And they could have given you like all sorts of set bonuses through the Asteroid. Like they could have given you defensive set bonuses, offensive set bonuses. Like it was such a cool idea, in my opinion. And then it just completely failed because it launched at the start of BFA. The way it launched was a failure. Like the Asteroid traits were badly balanced. There were too many like really generic ones that people didn't care about, like generic traits that were just like, oh, if you do this, you once in a while get a buff that gives you 100 intellect or whatever. And people just didn't care about them because they were just there. And they were complicated, and there were too many, like way too many Asteroid traits as well. Like there were like a million different ones, and people didn't have any sort of overview about them, and it was just like all like a super big mess. But I do think that generally the idea was really good. It was just the implementation that was really bad. And I'm still upset or sad about the Asteroid pieces not moving forward, because I would prefer Asteroid armor over tier set any day of the week. Because the way, like tier set, don't get me wrong, tier set is really cool. But it's just so many problems with tier sets. Like the acquisition of tier set is a problem. Well, that's, I guess, my main issue, the acquisition of tier sets. It's the acquisition of tier sets plus the addition that you're kind of, you're not very versatile in which items you can equip if you need to equip 4 tier set items, right? It's just, yeah, that sucked. And Asteroid traits kind of solved the issue of the slots, tier slots. Plus, it also solved the issue of like being locked into certain traits all the time. So I thought it's a very, very cool idea. But then the feedback that they have gotten for Asteroid was really bad. Like people immediately said this system sucks. I hate it because the way they implemented it was bad. And then they scrapped the idea of Asteroid traits. Like they just kind of like stopped fixing it and stopped working on it, and they just like implemented other systems. They just gave up on it basically. Thanks for 8 months, Chia. Appreciate that. Thanks for 14 months to you as well, Bethia. And thanks for Prime Sub, Bearfro. What's up?
Stop raiding for the most part. And is that something that's also changing long term, or is there still an idea of if you're not raiding or doing high Mythic Plus or high in PvP, you should still be a bit lower?
I think there's definitely a little bit of still a spectrum there. Eye level, is if you want 415, 421 type gear in Dragonflight, you're going to need to do high-end PvP, high-end raiding, high-end Mythic Plus. Mm-hmm. We do want outdoor play and certainly professions to be able to push farther into that track than they ever have before. Outdoor play, PvP type gear is if you want 415, 421 type gear in Dragonflight, you're going to need to do high-end PvP, high-end raiding, high-end Mythic Plus. Mm-hmm. We do want outdoor play and certainly professions to be able to push farther into that track than they ever have before. I think at times in the past it's felt like if you were a solo player, well, you kind of capped out at maybe you can get a couple of normal mode raid pieces, and otherwise you were like 30 eye levels behind the Mythic Raider. That's, I think, too large a gap, and something we'd like to close. And that's, really getting back to some of the earlier conversation about player groups and silent majorities and so forth. We do feel like we have underserved.
It's a bit interesting that he is saying this because, they changed the profession system in Dragonflight. But if you're not doing high-end Mythic Plus and you're not doing raiding and not doing high PvP, then you cannot craft high itemable items. Right? No, you just can't. You need the materials to drop in these aspects of the game The only thing I can think about is that you get 1 primal infusion for maxing out your renown. If you're level 25 renown, with any of the factions, you get a primal infusion, and then you can upgrade one of your items to item level maximum 405. Right? But you're still going to be like super far behind to high-end mythic raiders and stuff, which I personally think that's okay. But he kind of just said the opposite, didn't he? Yeah, but you can only get 4 in total. Like, if you're a player that doesn't do any other content, you get 4 items that are 405. That's it. That's the maximum you can get, right? Because you cannot get any primal infusions otherwise, as far as I'm aware. You need to do heroic rating or plus 10 to 15. I mean, I'm personally also under the impression that a person that doesn't do M+, that doesn't do raiding and doesn't do PvP, I think they should not be able to get like full mythic item level. Because I just don't understand why that would be when, like, at that point, anyone is wondering, like, okay, so why am I doing M+? Why am I doing PvP? Why am I doing raids when I could just do nothing and get the same item level, right? To an extent. I personally don't care at all if an outdoor player gets a max level item once in a while, right? It's not like a black and white kind of thing. I don't think that an outdoor player should never get any high item level items. That's not my opinion. But an outdoor player should not be able to get the same item level as a mythic raider to the same extent. Because at that point, why are you mythic raiding at that point, right? it just has to be, there has to be like a comparison with the amount of time and effort you're putting into the game and what you're getting out of it. Because otherwise you're actively being discouraged to put effort in. And then that sucks, right? Thank you so much for gifting us up, Peanuts. Appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks for gifting us up to Mrs. Lan as well. And Griswold. Thank you so much. So yeah, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind if people can craft high item level items as an outdoor player. If there's some sort of restriction, right? I wouldn't mind if an outdoor player can craft a 418 item once in a blue moon or whatever. Like, I don't care. I wouldn't care about that at all. 418 item level is the maximum crafting item level. But, I mean, if they could already craft 418 items from the get-go, you know, like that's weird. Because, like, why? What did he do? What kind of effort did he put into the game to get this item? Because outdoor players that don't do PvP and plus or raiding, there is just no content outdoors that is as, I would say, as difficult, but also not something that you would have to put so much effort in to kind of warrant the reward. You know what I mean? If it was different, then I would be fine with it. Like, if there was outdoor content that actually was very difficult, let's, for example, think of the Mage Tower. Stuff like that, right? Mage Tower is solo content for people, for solo players, and it's pretty difficult. And if you would have gotten a high item level item from completing the Mage Tower, I would have been totally fine with it, right? It's just that at the moment, we do not have any outdoor content that is considered in any shape or form difficult or requires a lot of effort. Right? So if they would create content like that, I'm totally fine if they would get the rewards as well in return. But we just don't have anything like that. So at that point, it's just kind of reducing the like, it just makes all the other content useless if others would get the reward out, right? Thank you so much for the sub, Anonymous. Appreciate that. P Buster, thank you so much. It has nothing to do with the... people think that this is some elitist way of thinking or whatever, but you have to understand that people who are mythic raiders or whatever, they put a lot of time and effort into doing that content, right? Like, you have to be in a raiding guild, and you have to take time out of your week every week to show up and meet with other 19 people and kill mythic bosses. Like, it's a lot of effort that you're putting in, right? And if other people that just do outdoor world content would get the same rewards as a mythic raider, then don't you understand that it's a bit weird? That like every mythic raider would feel like, okay, what the fuck why am I doing this? Like, why do I meet with my guild 3 times a week for 4 hours when I could just like go out and do this quest in Waking Shores and get the same, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be some form of better player power rewards for people that put in so much time and effort, right? Like, that does make sense to you, right? I find it weird that they're trying to make you raid when people have lives and can't sit there for 4 hours at a time. I mean, but no one's making you raid, though. If you don't want to raid, you don't have to raid. Like, what does raiding give you? Raiding gives you like a better item level. If you're a mythic raider, you get more item level, right? Thanks for the nation, Stefix. Appreciate that. I know, Stefix. Stefix. I think whenever this discussion comes up, people are always super defensive in one way or the other. Like whenever this discussion comes up, there's people that are high-end raiders or high-end Mythic Plus players, and they have this stance that people who don't do that content shouldn't be getting the rewards, right? And then there's people who are on the complete other spectrum that don't do high-end raiding, and they don't do Mythic Plus, and they don't do high-end PvP, and they have this like hard stance that they should be getting rewards as well because they're paying X amount of dollars per month and they just don't have the time to be a Mythic Raider. And why should they be punished for not being able to play 50 hours a week, right? And I get both point of views, and I think both of the point of views just have to meet in the middle, right? Because it's pretty selfish, in my opinion, to ask the game or the company to just be like, to say, hey, I can only play 2 hours a week and therefore I should be getting all of the rewards. I think that's a super selfish thing to ask for because there's other people who do want to play more and have the time to do more, so why shouldn't they get the rewards for that as well, right? So if you're a person that can only play 2 hours or you can play very little, I think it's pretty like selfish, honestly, to ask for everything, right? And then at the same time, it also goes the other way around though. Like, if you're a person that is a high-end raider or a high-end plus player or whatever, you should also not be asking for everything and that people who don't have the time should get nothing, right? I think both of these opinions or both of these kind of point of views are fine to have, but you need to meet in the middle. If you're a person that cannot play that much, you have to accept the fact that you cannot have everything, right? If you can play 2 hours a week, you have to accept that there's other people who get a bit more. If they have more time to play, if they put more effort in, more effort equals more rewards, right? Like, you have to be okay with that. And if you're a person that is a high-end raider or a high-end plus player, you also have to understand that people who play less, that they should also be getting something, right? Not everyone has the time to play 50 hours a week. So you have to be okay with the fact that you only have a slight advantage rather than having everything and other people have nothing, right? You should be playing because you think it's fun to raid. Why care what other people get or don't get? I mean, this question is it's how the human mind works. Now we're getting into very deep philosophical and psychological questions. Why do you care if you get the same reward as someone else? It has nothing to do with elitism. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's just it's the same thing as saying, okay, why should somebody that studied for 20 years, has like 5 different doctor titles, and is working in a job that has super high responsibility, why should they get more money than someone that works as a cashier somewhere? You know what I mean? Of course, the person that put a lot more time and effort into their education, it makes sense that they would get more money for the work that they do, because they put so much time and effort into getting to the point where they are, right? Saying that they should be getting the same as someone who didn't put any time and effort into their education is a bit weird, right? It's the exact same logic. Of course it's the same logic. Because you're basically saying that a mythic raider should get the same player power reward as a person that doesn't do raiding in plus or PvP, right? And at that point, why should the mythic raider do mythic raiding? Understand it's okay, the analogy was about money that you need for a living, while the other thing is about entertainment. So okay, the analogy is a similar analogy, but it's not the exact same thing, because of course money is something that you need, while entertainment is something that is for fun, right? But you do have to just, I mean, I'm honestly so confused about why we're not understanding this. Like, if you put so much more effort into a game, especially that is an MMO, if you're not getting rewards out of it more than someone else that puts less time into it, then why would you put more time into it? Like, I'm not sure why we're not understanding this whole thought process. I'm honestly mind blown right now on why we're not understanding this. Because at that point, you might as well say, oh, put a vendor into Orgrimmar, and you can just buy the best item level with gold. Let's just put a vendor into Orgrimmar and Stormwind, and you log into the game, and you just buy the best item level there. Cool, all right? Like, you understand how an MMO works, right? You have to understand an MMO is literally, like, why are you playing an MMO? What's the whole premise, the idea behind an MMO? It has to do with you wanting to reach certain goals, right? It's a psychological thing with reaching goals. You put time and effort into the game, and you reach certain goals, collecting stuff, whatever it may be. Right? Like, you're basically trying to make your character be stronger, be better, you're reaching goals, whatever it may be, right? And the path to reach your goal, it has to be a path. If it was easy, if you would just log on and buy items from a vendor and buy achievements from a vendor, then there would be no point playing. No one would be playing the game anymore. You get that, right? If there were vendors in Orgrimmar, like, imagine there were no achievements. All the achievements are gone. They just don't exist. Imagine you could just buy all transmogs from a vendor. You could buy all mounts, pets, everything. They're just all vendors in Orgrimmar. You can just buy them all. And the only thing you can do in the game is, like, certain quests, and you can still do in plus, and you can still do raiding, but you just don't get any rewards because you could just buy them and the vendors, right? I can guarantee you that this game would be dead within a month at least, right? It would just be dead. And if you don't think that's true, then you don't understand how an MMO works. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. Like, the game would die within weeks if that was the case. And why would it die? Because we all play for reaching these goals. And if you make the goals too easy, then the path to reach the goal is gone. Because we all play because of the path, not because of the actual goal. Right? That's how humans work in general. Like, your mind, your brain. If you have something to reach for, like a goal that you can achieve, then you have this motivation and this kind of like dopamine or whatever that makes you keep going, because eventually you will reach the goal and then you're happy, right? And then you go for the next goal. And that's how an MMO is built. That's how it works. If the path would be gone, then this kind of dopamine that you get from reaching a goal would also be gone. Because then it's not hard to get the goal. At that point, you would just like log on and you get rewarded for doing absolutely nothing. And then there's nothing for you to reach anymore. If there's no goal, then there's no reason to log on, right? Thanks for Nation Staffings, what's up? Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Valkyria. And thanks for the 1 year, Natalie. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for 500 bits, Tater. Thank you so much. You're ignoring that that rewards can be something other than item level? Why am I ignoring that? Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Death Bike So. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think it's once again pointless to have this discussion because I just think a lot of people really don't understand the consequences of certain changes in the game, right? Like, some people literally just don't understand that if you would give people everything they want by playing 1 hour a week, that wouldn't work. I'm trying to explain it to people, but I don't think, if you don't get it, you don't get it, right? And no one is trying to be an elitist or whatever. Like, no one is trying to get people to, like, people have this like insane hate against the higher end player base. And I mean, I get it because people are completely different and they play for different reasons or whatever. Like, I get that. But you don't understand that if the high-end player base wouldn't have anything to go for, then they would leave, you know? And that would be bad for everyone. There need to be some rewards that are a bit harder to get. Like, it just has, that's just kind of how it has to be. If everything is too easy, then you're playing a phone game at that point. At that point, you're just like logging on to a phone game and you just press things and you get rewards and you log out again. It's like, And it would also be bad for non-high-end raiders, honestly. What do you think about this? What if they bumped up the requirement for mythic item level gear? Like, instead of it being a plus 12, it's a plus 20? What do you mean? They already did that, right? The vault in Dragonflight gives you the highest rewards in M+ if you do a +20. They actually already changed that. And it's a very good change. I like it. And a lot of people look at this change as a bad thing. And understand why they look at it as a bad thing. But the reason why it's actually a good thing is because it's now more equalized in difficulty. Because there was always a pretty big problem with the vault. And it was the fact that getting the highest item level item from the raiding vault was always much harder than getting the highest item level reward from the plus vault. And that created a situation where people had to get the highest item level items from M+, even if they didn't like M+. Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, Mr. Pink Gaming. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Because, okay, sorry, we're pausing this video for so long. It's not a useless change. It actually makes a lot of sense. Let me explain it to you. So this is the raiding vault, right? This is the M+ vault. And this is the PvP vault. Thank you so much for 4 sub gifts, Lager. Thank you so much. Welcome to Snut, Official Awoken, Crossing the Bro, okay? And Stas Mentor. Thank you so much. Okay, so why did they implement the vault? Let's talk about that first. Because initially, what we had was like a Mythic Plus cache and a PvP cache, right? So basically, you had to do a Mythic Plus, and then on the weekly reset, you had a chest, and you would open it, and you would get an item, a completely random item from M+. And the same happened for PvP, right? And then people were like, oh my god, I have to do M+ and PvP every week to get this item from the chest, and it's so annoying, and blah, 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 right? So they implemented the vault to basically have the same thing, where you get an item reward every week. But they made sure you can only get 1 item from any of the things from the pillars of WoW. The reason they said that is because, okay, so if you're a raider and you only want to raid, then you don't have to do M+ or PvP because you can choose between those 3 raiding items, right? And if you're a PvP player, you only unlock the PvP vault and you choose between that. And if you're an M+ player, you only do the M+ vault and you only choose that, right? And if you want to do raid and M+, well, then you unlock all 6 of those. And then you can choose one in the end, right? And that was the whole idea of it. And I think it was a very good idea. But what happened was that they mismatched the difficulty between those 3 vaults. Basically, to get the highest M+ reward, you had to deplete a +15 key. To get the highest mythic raid reward, you had to do a mythic boss. And to get the highest PvP reward, you had to do 2.1k rating, I think, or 2.4k. And I think every reasonable person knows that depleting a +15 key is much easier in comparison to get, or to kill a mythic boss, or to get 2.1k rating, right? Like the difficulty difference was always like Mythic Plus is the easiest, right? And what happened, because M+ was the easiest, was if you were a heroic raider or a normal mode raider, then you did your normal mode raid every week or your heroic raid every week with your guild, but then afterwards you still had to go and play M+, or you felt like that you still have to go to play M+, because from the heroic vault you would only get a heroic item level, and from the M+ vault you would get a higher item level, right? So you ended up in this situation where you don't want to play M+, but you had to do it anyway if you wanted to get the highest reward. And that caused a problem. Same with the PvP players, right? The PvP players felt like, oh, I cannot get 2.1k rating, but I can do 15 keys. So you always felt forced to do Mythic Plus. So now they changed this, and now the highest reward for M+ is +20. And the reason why they did that is just to adjust the difficulty from M+ to match the difficulty of this and this, right? So now they have a feeling that if you are a heroic raider, you won't be able to get the highest rewards from the raid, but you also won't be able to get the highest rewards from M+. So if you really don't like doing M+, then you're probably just not going to do it. And you're just going to accept the fact that you get the lower item level rewards from the raid vault. But at least you don't feel forced to do M+, because to be able to do +20, you have to put a decent amount of effort into it. Like, doing +20 is surely not easy at all. I would say it's pretty similar to getting 2.1k rating in PvP or getting a mythic rating in M+. And I understand why people are upset initially, because this now means that getting the highest item level reward from the vault is harder. That's for sure true, right? It's definitely harder now to get the highest item level reward. But at least it's now the same in all 3 different categories. So if you only want to raid, then you can only raid. You don't have to worry about M+ anymore, because you would have to put so much time and effort into actually doing +20s, right? So you also don't want to do PvP and you don't want to do M+, fine. You just focus on the raid vault and that's it. And same now goes for a PvP player. They won't feel the need to play M+ anymore. So I hope that kind of solves the issue with people not having to do M+ if they don't want to, right? Because I think that kind of sucked, that everyone always just had to do M+ no matter what. You know, because otherwise you were just behind with items. Thank you so much for Prime sub, Soundwave. Appreciate it. And thank you so much for 2 sub gifts, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Thanks again for the 59, Agrathar. So I can join and only do heroic race and not be forced to do Mythic Plus. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think, because usually, if you were in a raiding guild, I would say that, let's say you were in a heroic raiding guild, or even if you were in a mythic raiding guild early on, I'm sure a lot of the officers kind of said, okay, guys, you have to get your M+ vault. You know? It's kind of like a rule to make sure you get the highest item level item and stuff. But I think with this change to the vault, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I don't think a heroic guild forces their players to do +20 keys, because it's going to be so difficult that you would have to put more effort into M+ than into raiding. And that wouldn't make any sense, right? Thank you so much for the sub, Garrus. And thanks to the Prime sub, Iscript. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. It was just like a freebie item you got from M+, and now it's not so free anymore. So you can still get high item level items from M+ if you want, but it's not so free anymore, right? You just actually have to put effort into it if you want to. If as you say the difficulty is the same, how are M+ players not forced to do mythic raids to not fall behind? M+ players never had to do mythic raids for the vault. We're specifically talking about the vault here, right? And M+ players never had to do mythic raiding for a vault. They always managed, like, M+ gave the same high item level as the vault did for raiding, right? The M+ vault was the same reward as raiding vault, if it was +15 or mythic rating. If we're talking about specific rating items now, like the 311 items or whatever, that's a completely different topic. This is not what we are currently talking about. And yeah, that's like another topic. Let's talk about that later, or maybe not at all. We'll see. The thing with Mythic Plus, or with Mythic rating being... like, what do you want to call it? I don't want to say it's necessary. But if you want the best gear overall, like the very best gear, then you have to do M+ and Mythic rating, right? That's a given. That is true. I don't want to necessarily go into that topic, because I personally think it's very difficult to really split M+ from rating completely. I think it's possible for sure. Like, they could completely split M+ from rating, But I'm not sure if we want a split community either. Like, I'm not sure if it's going to be good for the game if Implacid and raiding is completely split from each other.
The just solo outdoor focused player who chooses to spend tons and tons of time in World of Warcraft over the years, and they care about progression too.
Yep.
And I think it's often inaccurate to just assume, oh well, because you're not trying to push high keys, why do you even need item level?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, people want the number to go up.
Speaking to Ian this time really opened my eyes to some things, and probably something that you guys have been guilty of as much as me. Why don't the devs listen to us? I spent months, years of my life shouting from the rooftops about things that I considered to be obvious problems, and in many cases did turn out to be. So why is that not getting back to them? Well, it turns out it is. A lot more than you guys probably realize. I spent the entire week with the communications team. Those were the guys who were guiding us around, and they were absolutely incredible. But one of the things they really stressed to us is how much on a weekly basis they gather as much information as possible from the community, reading forums, subreddits, everything, watching videos, and feed that back directly to the people in charge. Some of you might scoff that no they don't, but to clarify this, we spoke to Josh Allen, aka Law. He was with Blizzard for 9 years on the communication team itself, has no reason to lie, and the only reason he left Blizzard was because such a large advancement in his career came up elsewhere.
Well, that's one thing we
like
learned
that.
from the current community manager team is like, I was like, what is your day-to-day job then? And we're like, well, we get like the patch notes and we sift through those for things that are relevant because a lot of them are like bullshit data side things that nobody cares about. And then we put them out to the public. But another part of it is we basically read forums a lot and we gather all that feedback and then we present that to the relevant people to say, this is the kind of community feel right now. Did you feel like you had to filter that for like what's relevant, what's not?
Yeah, I mean, there was a significant portion of my time at Blizzard where developer communications was my job. And then my job got reconfigured into being more influencer focused, and everyone was like, why does Lore hate us now? He doesn't talk on the forums anymore. I'm like, well, yes, that's because it's not my job anymore. I'm no longer doing that specific task. There are other people doing that task. Go listen to them. Yeah, there was a lot of that general job and position is not even so much filtering as, I guess, distilling is how I would put it.
Make sure it goes to the right place.
Yeah, make sure it goes to the right place. Make sure that, because a lot of times people will say one thing and what they actually mean is kind of something else. Like, they still mean what they say, obviously, but if it's like, wow, I really hate, like Torghast was a great example where people were like, they really, really loved Torghast in early beta.
Same.
And then when it came out, they were like, wow.
This is such a good point. I keep saying this. Because sometimes people do not think... people just hate something, but they don't think about why they hate that certain thing. Because sometimes, for example, Torghast, as Alan just said, the idea of Torghast is not bad. But the way it was implemented was bad. And now people say they hate Torghast, which I 100% understand. But I think most of the people that say they hate Torghast, they don't actually hate, like the actual, like, what you're doing inside Torghast. They might hate the way it was implemented. Like, they hated the way that you had to do it all the time, over and over and over, and it made you hate it, right? I don't think... I think most people maybe even would have liked Torghast if it was like a thing that they did once or twice, or something that was like more of a challenge rather than a chore, you know? Like, it was mainly the fact that they forced you to do it every week that really made people hate it. While initially when Torghast came out, a lot of people actually liked it. Myself included. I loved Torghast during Alpha, and it was so difficult during Alpha. I loved it. It was great. But yeah, at that point, what Alan is saying here, I guess, is that they say one thing on the forum, and then they have to understand, okay, what do they actually mean? Like, when someone says, I hate Torghast, do they actually, like, hate the whole thing? Or do they hate the way it was implemented? Or, like, what is it they hate about it? And surely, when someone says they hate Torghast, that feedback will just be completely deleted, to be honest, because I honestly have that's just not good feedback. Really? Like, if someone literally says, I hate this, like, that's just bad feedback. What are you going to do with that? Because you don't know why they hated it, right? But if someone just says, hey, I hate the fact that Torghast was forced on us, well, then yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
I hate Torghast so much. And the takeaway from that was, okay, what changed? And what changed was rewards were added to it. And so then it became a
both,
task.
right? They took rewards out because they had gear and stuff in it originally. It was it got silly. They took all that out and then they just made you do it for legendaries, which was a complete like 180 on what it originally was.
That's what I mean though. Is like it's the sort of thing where if Torghast had just remained as like a fun thing that you could go do when you felt like it, I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it because they didn't feel obligated to do it. But as soon as you add that obligation, that was the point where it became a chore for people and it became Torghast at that point. And so that was the sort of thing that like we would look at that sort of feedback and we'd be like, okay, yes, everyone's saying they don't like Torghast, but the majority of the reason we can tell from reading all these different things, and like obviously there's a variety of opinions as well, so it's always a matter of like what are the biggest pain points to be
Thanks for
discovered,
friends
like,
up the flames.
Like,
Thank
I don't
you.
like the way the Ghost Boys look. I'm like, okay, well that's valid opinion. You're allowed to not like the Ghosty Boys, but that's not what I'm going to take to the development team as like a priority issue that needs fixing.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean by like sometimes people are saying, they just say they hate something, and you have to spend some time figuring out, okay, why do they hate this?
Yeah.
What about it is
I mean, it's no different
problem?
than YouTube comments. It's like, I fucking
Thanks
hate
for
the
2
sound
months,
of
Slam
voice.
Hunter.
Okay, do
Thank you,
hate
thank
my
you.
accent? Do you hate the microphone I'm using?
Yeah.
Am I too loud? Am I not normalized properly? Like, trying to figure it out, or is it just, you know, you just hate the sound of
It's
my voice?
actually your face. So.
Yeah, which is odd because they specifically said my voice. But now I see in the mirror, it's probably that. But most of the feedback does get back to the guys, to the developers, which, like, obviously one of the biggest complaints of the WoW community is, like, they're not listening to us. You know, I've been bitching about this I mean, nobody knows better than me is how much I bitched about some of the things in Shadowlands. But they do generally get most of the stuff there, which is surprising when you find out. It's like, yeah, they do. They kind of do.
Yeah, if people are, especially once a point becomes like, well, everyone knows that no one likes this thing. It's like, well, yes, everyone also includes the development team by this point. You can be fairly confident in that.
Thanks for 13 months, Edmund. Thank you so much.
Then the job actually, it gets interesting because a lot of times then the job becomes, okay, what are the other things? Because everyone's talking about this one thing that's really upsetting everyone right now. I don't need to tell the development team for the 30th time that people want to be able to switch between covenants. Like, they know that. I don't need to tell them that again. So what are the other topics that are going on in the community that they're not aware of because everyone's so busy focused talking about this thing? And so making sure that those other bits of feedback and those other
thanks
smaller
for
conversations
Boone,
still make it
and
to
thanks
the
for 3
development team.
months,
And that's not,
Major
like,
Thank you so
trying
much.
to, like,
Welcome back, you
distract them
guys.
from the more important conversation or anything. It's just that work doesn't need to be done. But yeah, like, so a lot of time there's been cases in the past where it's like, okay, we like the team would learn about what the features were in the upcoming expansion, and I would be like, okay, that feature is the one everyone's going to hate. Like, I can tell already what's going on here is people are going to be very upset about this.
So like me with Covenants. I mean, I knew in 2 minutes it was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Covenants was a weird one just because I did not fully understand what it was for a while. Because like, imagine Covenants ended up being a pretty convoluted, especially with like you add in soulbinds and everything as well, ended up being a pretty complicated and convoluted system. Imagine if none of that work had been done yet and someone was just trying to vaguely describe what it was going to be.
Alright, guys. We still have a lot of this guide left, but I think we're going to do a quick giveaway. Should we give away an Epic Edition or Heroic Edition of Dragonflight? Let's do Epic, right? Epic. Let's do it. We're going to give away an Epic Edition of Dragonflight. EU only. Okay, so the way this is gonna work is that you have to type a keyword into the chat. You don't have to buy anything; it's completely free. And what you have to type is !ticket or !ticket space 1, whatever you feel like. Both works. And we're giving away an Epic Dragonflight edition. Big shout out to Blizzard for providing the giveaway. Hashtag WoW partner. I don't think I actually have to say that, but I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get myself another coffee. When I'm back, we're gonna draw the winner for this giveaway, and then we're gonna continue watching the Preach video. It's a very interesting video. I really like all of the discussions so far that they had. Very interesting. All right, give me a minute. Be right back. All right, I'm sorry. We're ready to close the giveaway. Giving away an epic Dragonflight edition for you. All right, closing the giveaway in 3, 2, 1. Closed. And the winner is Xare. Hey, Vintage Log, what's up? Congrats. Make sure you say something in chat so we know you're around. We're getting closer to release, guys. 2 hours, 14 minutes. Don't think I saw them tap anything just yet. There's no increased chance for anyone. Nope. Everyone has the same chance of winning. Xare, are you around? Xaare. Increased chance for an A. Thank you so much for gifting 3 subs, by the way, Mr. Wow. Thank you so much. It is so kind of you. Thank you very much. And thanks to the sub, Floor Tanker. Thanks for 3 months of Major Ressa. I already said that. All right. Thank you. Oh, no. Are we going to have to reroll this? Oh, no. That would be a tragedy. Uh-oh. Think we have to reroll. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I think we're rerolling. Rerolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the second winner is Kiemba Bipkia. Oh my god, that's a very difficult name to pronounce. Alright, let's see if they're around. Well, at least we know they're EU, right? There we go! Well, congrats! There we go. Amazing. Thank you so much for 5 subs, Jer Waffles, and thanks for the 43 months, Arthur. Thank you so much. Well, there we go. The winner's around. Kuros, my mod, is going to whisper you. And you will get the code for your epic Dragonflight edition. Congrats. GG's. All right. Glad we found a winner. All right, let's continue watching our Preach interview. We need to get done at some point. All right.
To you, that was the state that I was receiving this information in. So I was like, I don't understand it yet.
At BlizzCon,
I don't know what it is.
They were announced. I mean, like, we all fill in the.
Yes, I'm gonna upload a what to do first week of Dragonflight. I will upload it at some point tomorrow, whenever Benny is done with editing the video. I will upload the video and I will give you the document as well, a Google Doc form where you can go through like a to-do list.
The gaps ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, that's what happens. And I came up with a really thorough RPG storytelling thing and all this, and like I was like, these are going to be awesome.
That's one of my favorite like pitfalls that I try to warn people about with like every job that I've had and every announcement that I've been a part of is like, please be sure you're ready.
We will be giving away 2 more heroic editions and 1 more epic edition throughout the stream.
Because if you just throw out like a vague idea of like, here's what this is going to be, we have this idea to build something that's kind of like this, they will fill in the blanks.
Yep.
And they will either, if they're feeling negative, they will fill in the blanks with all negative things about how this is going to be the worst thing that they've ever experienced, and thus they will hate your thing before you've even made it, or they will build it up to be this amazing, like, huge, groundbreaking thing, like Island Expeditions. This happened with Island Expeditions in BFA, where everyone was like, oh my god, we're going to go to all these islands, and it's going to be like this really cool, like, PvE, but kind of PvP-ish sort of thing, and that's going to be great, and we're unearthing these artifacts, and we're finding all this cool stuff. And then we're like, wait, this is just a thing that you queue for that's like...
It gives you artifact power really quick.
It's just scenarios again? Like,
yeah, kind of. And yeah, they've sold that as... I think Garrisons is probably the worst situation ever, because Garrisons, they were like, you're going to get to build it, and immediately the impression you get is, I'm going to get to customize this shit. I'm going to, like, as an old school classic raider, I'm going to have, like, a Nixia and Nefarian's heads, like, facing each other. And
wait,
then
what's
I'm going to be
over,
able to have the tail around the building. You know, I'm going to customize it. And then when we got it, it was like, well, somebody has a stables here and someone has a stables here. And that's kind of the limit of your customization that you're going to get.
Yeah, that's also why I think it's important to, like, have started building something before
Good night, Sir
you start talking about it too much. Like, just the nature of software and game development, especially at on a team the size of the World of Warcraft team, means that until
I thought you're gonna wear some elegant clothes. For what?
So now we know. Our feedback on streams.
You thought I'm gonna put on a dress and high heels to play video games for 16 hours? Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe I can turn off the ads. Give me a second. Let me check. Oh my god, guys, we might be able to turn off the ads. Well, not completely, but like the additional ones that we're running. Let me take a look. Are we able to turn off the ads is the question. Where do we check this? Where's this again? Here? One sec. Man, I keep forgetting where this option is. Jesus. Oh yeah, we're done. Perfect. Okay, let's turn off the schedule then. Nice. I think we're good. Let me know if it didn't turn off completely, Chorus, but I think it did. I think we're good.
Forums, YouTube, whatever, it all gets back to the devs on a pretty much weekly basis. And we're going to hear far more from Josh in his own interview.
Thank you so much for friends of Jumped Oregano, and thanks for friends of War Beast.
Why things don't change.
Thank you so much for giving us up to Aguilo's Twitch.
Right? We're moaning about it, we're complaining about it. Why is this feature not being iterated on, developed in some way? Suggestions we're putting forward not happening. This is when I learned about modular design. Modular design is a system that's been in place for a really long time and is going to be changing. In order to find out more about this idea, we're not only going to sit down with Ian again, but we're going to sit down with Tina Wang, who's the Associate Art Director of World of Warcraft, and Morgan Day, the Associate Game Director. Over the years, you guys have fell into a habit of almost cannibalizing your own game with every patch.
Yeah.
Which felt very wasteful. Like, I can't imagine the R&D that went into some of these systems. Dungeons, I mean, if you go back to Kata, it was like, in Wrath, every time the TOC came out, right, every other dungeon's irrelevant now. No point in doing it. And the same with raids, and obviously there's arguments to and for linear raids. But Season 4, you've started to maybe consider, and we've actually seen this happen in a number of other MMOs recently, certainly the ones that are a decade plus, where they're like, we have a wealth of content that we've created over these years, and we've just left it. And there definitely seems to have been a lack of iteration in Blizzard. Like Garrisons. But Garrisons are remembered not fondly, unfortunately. But the premise is really good. It's just people want maybe a more cosmetic style than a practical solution. Warfronts. Yeah. How excited was the player base when Warfronts were announced? And unfortunately, it didn't go that way. The same with Island Expeditions. You know, we all watched the Sneaky Pete promise, and you're going to hate these guys, and they're going to interfere with you and stuff, and then part of the mandatory element was there. Yeah. But we can reel a list off here of huge systems, huge resources that are brought into the game, which have been left to, like, okay, and class halls I would definitely put in here, which feel like such a waste. And what is the thoughts there now for, like, over the next few years is to change that instead of
Thank you so much for 5 subgifts, Morgan.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
There's a couple of pieces
Welcome
to that. Some of that is definitely the move away
Extra
from
Seed, Tomko, Bat Stancer, and
expansion-specific
Rosa.
systems that
Thank
also
you so
would turn
much.
into borrowed whatever because they were going to go away, back to evergreen improvements. I think, broadly speaking, I think you could almost carve out 3 eras of World of Warcraft philosophy and development. And I would say that the first era was from Classic all the way through Mists of Pandaria, where every expansion was adding extra layers, extra systems, new professions, new races, new classes, new things. And then
this is my
kind of
first.
reached, as we're coming up on almost 10 years.
Thanks for sub, Morgang, and thank you so much for Prime Subcast.
Turning
thank
point,
you so much.
arguably a little bit of a crisis, as we were coming off like 2 expansions in a row. We'd had like 12 to 13 month final tiers, and just looking at like this infinite scalability, like this infinite exponential growth of like what it takes to make an expansion, both in terms of development, but also player-facing complexity of like how many systems do we have now? How just complicated is the game becoming? We're going to keep running this game for years and years and decades to come. Can we really just keep adding new permanent systems
Cox, thank you so much for
every
8
couple
months.
of
Welcome
years
back.
forever? No. And so I think
I got Wolf first and best and boss, of course.
Class pruning philosophy, like going into warlords.
We all know Lei Shen is the best.
Pulling back in some areas, but also the idea that we needed to be able to make
really
things that were not permanent, that we could go deeper, focus them on a single expansion, have them be the hallmark of that expansion, but they weren't going to add to the ongoing complexity. That was, and so I think that was going into warlords. And I think, as you mentioned, there were definitely some missteps with the garrisons.
Yeah.
But I think moving ahead into Legion, it was like, well, okay, obviously we don't want something that pulls you out of the world. The class hall in some loose ways with the mission table. With some
Versatile, thank you so much for 1 year.
It's a little bit of a successor to the garrison system.
Yeah, I'm wearing blue light filter glasses.
Where you can see all the other people of your class. And of course, that's where we also brought in, a power component to it, artifact power, and all those systems. And it's important to bear in mind that, we're planning a couple of expansions in advance. The development cycle of an expansion is quite lengthy, from initial conception to pre-production concepting, beginning to flesh things out. So we had, we knew what the feature set for Shadowlands was going to be well before Battle for Azeroth came out.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that was the ongoing outgrowth of like what seemed like a very successful experiment at Legion. Legion was very well received overall, very popular overall. People had nothing but praise for its systems, and so part of what the team as a whole was thinking was like, okay, this is a great formula for a modern expansion. That
I see the thought process now.
What is our artifacts of the next expansion? What is what are the things that are going to fill these holes that we're going to leave? Now, there are a few things that we were still blind to. I think first off was the initial excitement of like, oh my god, I no matter how much WoW I want to play, I can always keep progressing my character. This is awesome. I can log in on Saturdays and feel like I accomplished something, as opposed to the raid logging people were accustomed to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I 100% understand that they're working on things like really early on. Like, I personally get that. Like, I personally understand that they're already working on the next expansion now, right? Like the expansion after Dragonflight, they're already working on it. But surely they are not working on like exact like systems yet, because like stuff like the lore, for example, and stuff like the design and the visuals, like I can totally see how you can work on that really far in advance already, right? Because the lore for Dragonflight is already written, right? And same goes with all of the visuals and everything, mostly. So I understand that you can already work on the visuals and the lore and everything for the expansion after Dragonflight. But I very highly doubt the fact that they're working on such specifics already, like how you farm Azerite power. Like, surely that is something that they've done later on, because there's multiple ways. Like, even if they have already implemented something like the Azerite neck, or if they already thought about the fact that you're farming Azerite power, that's fine and all, right? But how you obtain Azerite power, that is something that they can change really late, like really close to the expansion, no? In my opinion. because that is not something that would take like 2 years to actually like make, right? And the way you obtain asteroid power or artifact power, whatever, that stuff, they could have changed that. Like, I don't see how they couldn't. Because you can either say, hey, you get asteroid power by doing things, or you only get asteroid power by like doing very limited things like the main campaign, right? Like, surely they could have changed the way you obtain it close to the expansion still. I don't see how that would be locked in 2 years before the expansion comes out.
Warlords,
personally.
That was energizing initially, but gave way to fatigue by the end of Legion as we started to hear, you know, complaints about AP grinding and the sense of like, okay, I can always be progressing my character. That means I always should be progressing my character. I don't have
so you're
time
talking
for
about
alts
the
and
never-ending amount you can acquire.
Yes.
Versus one thing that took away in BFA was that anything you did gave you AP.
Yes, that continues. So I think, but I think again, a lot of the decisions about what
less
BFA was
than
going
2
to
hours
look like
now.
were already almost completely locked in for all intents and purposes before we started to learn the lessons from Legion. And even, you know, even Shadowlands was beginning to respond to, well, what didn't work in BFA, what was missing from BFA, things like what could the successor to the class halls be? What if there are Covenant halls? What if these are, you know, places that have more depth and interest to them than anything we offered in BFA? But it wasn't, again, it wasn't really until we were halfway through that cycle that we started to really have concerns about, you know, the shift that had begun all the way back in Warlords about the modular approach that would take things away. Because people were not sad to say goodbye to their garrisons at the end of Warlords.
Shame, because
right?
if they've been iterated on, they were potentially something amazing.
Perhaps, but the feedback, right? So people didn't really appreciate the extent of that pain.
I do have a professional
When
guide on
BFA
YouTube,
came
yes.
out, we certainly did.
Yep.
Losing your artifacts sucked. Leaving, having all your legendaries disabled the second you hit level 115 sucked.
Not a good day getting into that alpha.
And I think, but again, at that point, we were already heavily committed on the course we were on because we just, at some point, you know, we have to keep marching forward. We have to keep making stuff. We can't throw out a year of work. But we started to have misgivings about that general direction. And I think realizing that the cycle we're falling into is one where every expansion begins by losing something that was awesome, leaving a hole that we then, like, at best are scrambling to fill and leave you maybe equal to where you were before. But if we screw up at all, lesser. That is not a path to success.
Really,
so that was the genesis for what I would like to think of as sort of the beginning of a third era of WoW philosophy, which begins with Dragonflight, which is trying to return to the idea of focused, evergreen
I was writing in
things,
no idea.
Improving baseline systems,
I was writing there
introducing new systems into the game that we plan to carry forward, not introducing systems that we plan to, you know, throw away at the end of a year and a half or whatever.
Good old Naguura.
But doing so, I think, in a more sort of thoughtful way that, as you were saying much earlier, gives us some opportunities to make use of prior content and, you know, feels like it's going to be sustainable in the years to come.
You know, I think we're really at our best when we're looking to solve problems, right? Like when you look at Mythic Plus that was introduced in Legion. Really, the problem that we were trying, that started from a problem. We identified a problem of like, we build these dungeons that are so beautiful, they're so epic, they're really exciting experiences, and then you stop running them after like, you know, the first month of the game.
Well, the new idea is really cool. Mix them all the old ones back in.
Yeah, and that's another one where we're looking to really take cues from other games and really look to build off of that foundation of like such strong content of like, okay, cool, these were still fantastic dungeons.
And you're not the only ones. Like nearly every MMO we've looked at that's gone the decade plus mark is now looking back at the not only thousands of man hours, but millions of dollars that have probably been spent, and they're just like, why did we just abandon that exactly?
We're just gonna leave that there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the revelations while I've been here is this idea that you had modular design things.
Thanks for Prime Sub,
and they had
Tasty
no
Tour.
intention of carrying them forward. And that just feels crazy. You know, to know that it was fully intentional. Like, I get what they're saying is like, because you start the next expansion, thinking about it, planning it a couple of years way before, right? It doesn't quite fit into that mold, like Warfronts.
Right.
You know, probably don't fit into Shadowlands particularly well, so we're just going to make it and leave it behind. But as a general whole idea, do you think that's just going to go away? Like, we will look to, why are we investing time in this and not carrying it forward?
So I think there will absolutely be systems that are added to WoW that are evergreen and will continue to, you know, move forward with us, and we'll continue to evolve those. But that doesn't mean that they can't change, right?
You can't think of what it's going to be in 15 years, right? You have to say, like, let's put it out. What do people like, not like, and sort of grow it from there and try and make it work. That's what I think we hope for. Because when I found out, it's like, no, it's never intended to go. I was like, you made like Sneaky Pete and this whole AI thing for islands, and it's like, yeah, but you know, it's not going to go anywhere. So when we see that coming in, I think people will be really appreciative of that idea.
Right. And it's always fun, like you mentioned Sneaky Pete and the islands and kind of the AI that got built there. There's always, you know, exciting opportunities when we build things like that to try to look at that as something that we could.
So whenever people ask me if they should play Dragonflight or not, my answer is that I don't think you should. Like, if you're unsure, if you don't have any other people that you would be playing with on launch, then I personally just recommend to not buy the expansion right now, because the game didn't even come out yet. And anyone that tells you it's going to be good or it's going to be bad, I think it's all just speculation. Like, we don't know for sure how the game is going to be. Even though we did play it on beta and we know a lot of information, we don't know how it's actually going to be once it's out. Usually, we only really experience how it is once we are playing it live, right? So even though I personally think it's going to be good, I don't really know. So because there's no benefit to play on launch outside of the hype that is surrounding it, right? Of course, it's very hype. You know, everyone is like waiting for this. Everyone is playing WoW, and like some people are coming back into WoW, and it's like very hype. But if you personally do not have any like friends that are playing that you want to play with on launch, then I don't see a reason why you should be playing right now, like on the get-go. I personally think if you haven't bought the expansion yet and there's no other people that you want to play with on launch, then just wait, you know? Just wait a couple of weeks maybe, like, or maybe just a couple of days, whatever you want to. Watch streamers, content creators, see what they're doing, see if you like what they're doing, see if you like the content that is available. And if you do, then go ahead and buy it and play the game. Because you're not going to be behind. Like, for 2 weeks, there's not going to be any raids or plus or anything out at all. So for 2 weeks, you're not going to be behind whatsoever. And then when a raid comes out, yeah, you might be a little bit behind in gear or whatever, but that's always something that you can catch up on. And most of the time, World of Warcraft is now built as like a seasonal game. So each season is like a complete, like, fresh start almost. So even if you miss the whole first season of World of Warcraft, you can still come back at any point and then play season 2 as well, right? So I don't think that you have to literally go and buy the game right now if you're unsure. Like, just wait and see if other people like it. See what other people's opinion is. If you don't want to commit to it now, don't do it. You're not going to be behind forever just because you're not playing right now. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Casufly. Thank you so much. So yeah, just wait. Personally, I would say just wait and see what happens.
Good leverage for a future feature, right? Like, I've always loved the idea of like, gosh, it wouldn't it be cool to add like an arena that was just played against like, you know, AI essentially, but what if we made them really good and like, that could be pretty fun, again? Right? Like, can we like recreate some of the like BlizzCon champions, like how they're playing? That would be really fun. And like, hey, play against the BlizzCon champions. Like, what?
We did use some of the technology, right, with things like the comp stomp, or the amazing comp stomp. So they certainly are not arena champions that you play against. It's like basically the honor farm situation, but we try to find small ways like that.
This modular design concept is really, really important to understand how World of Warcraft is made, and it will answer a ton of questions you probably have about features that came into the game and then disappeared. Features you probably consider to be failures. Torghast, island expeditions, warfronts, etc., etc. The way it works is Dragonflight is about to come
for once, I strongly disagree with Naguura. The start of the expansion is always special and should not be skipped if you're considering playing it. I mean, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Usually the start of the expansion is like, almost all of the hype is always at the start of the expansion, right? But I think this hype is really just there if you have other people that you're playing with, right? Personally, I think so. Because if you're just playing by yourself and you don't really have anyone that you're playing with, then for you personally, it doesn't really make that much difference on if you're playing at the start or if you're playing at some point later. There's going to be less people leveling when you level later, but it really just depends on how much you're influenced by the hype, right? So yeah, obviously if you start playing later, you're going to miss out on the hype for sure. That is definitely a thing. But if you personally don't care about the hype, then it's whatever, right? I personally am not really a person that cares that much about the hype surrounding it. I've never really cared about the hype when it came to other games and stuff. Of course, I always played all of the expansions in WoW whenever they came out, but that's because, you know, like I'm literally playing WoW since forever. So it's different. But whenever there was like other games that came out that were hyped, I never really got like sucked into this hype. I was always like, I'd rather just wait, see if you guys enjoy it, and if you do, I'll play it later. You know, I personally was never someone who really cared too much about something being like hyped up or whatever. But everyone is different, right? Everyone enjoys different things.
For 2 years. As me and you are talking right now, and no, I did not get to see anything, I intentionally closed my eyes, the next expansion is already in the works. Now they have to base what's coming out next on what they've done before and what you guys might like. The best example here is Artifact Power and Azerite Power. Ian mentioned that during Legion, they took a risk with Artifact Power, a never-ending grind, and it was met very, very well by the players. At the same time Legion's coming out and people are responding to this, Battle for Azeroth is already in production. This system is going to continue in terms of Azerite Power. That means that the guys are already building their island expeditions, these daily quests out where things will pop out to collect Azerite Power. They're already building Azerite armor. This is all the stuff they're building as the natural succession to Artifact Weapons and Artifact Power. It's not until the end of Legion that people start getting annoyed with Artifact Power. It's an endless farm. I've been doing it now for 2 years. I'm getting frustrated by it.
It's funny because I personally hated Artifact Power from the get-go. I was annoyed by Artifact Power as soon as I started playing Legion. Like, I started leveling and I was like, I hate this. I remember hating it immediately.
Oh no, our next expansion has exactly the same system in place with more twists and turns involved in it. And there's nothing they can do about it. We've already built it. It's ready to go. We can't just scrap it and start again because it takes 2 years to make more things. This modular design concept also plays into this. Let's look at mop farms. Mop farms were super cool, but they make no sense when going into the next expansion, Warlords of Draenor. What they do though is use that technology. So we see mop farms as a cool thing that disappeared. The trick is, it was never meant to continue. What it did do is turn into garrisons. Now, garrisons contained a bit of farming and a bit more customization. Garrisons disappear.
Website went down,
We as players see those features as failures.
Oh,
we look at garrisons and we say failure. Torghast, failure. We look at island expeditions, failure. And we consider them failure because they don't exist going forward. The fact of the matter is, they were never going to carry forward. Now, this leads to various problems on iteration.
I cannot believe Preach is wearing a shirt with a green print on it when he's standing in front of a green screen. I would never do such a thing. Never ever would I wear green clothing when I plan on recording something with a green screen on.
How much resources, if players don't like it, can you throw into a system that you know is going to be gone in several months? The answer is not a lot. Because you're going to be rid of it soon anyway. That's what's going to happen. And it's replaced.
Well, you see the letters here on his shirt, they're green. And they're being made invisible because he's got a chroma filter. Because he's standing in front of a green screen, right? So the green color is being filtered out and replaced by this background. And the shirts, the letters are also being replaced by the background because it's green.
Replacement is already being built, if not already built. So you know that you're going to get an upgraded version. This is why they utilize the technology at the back end to make the next thing better, or they hope it's going to be better. So mop farms becomes garrisons. They then use that garrison technology to create class halls. They then use the class hall technology to make covenant sanctums. using that same tech, and therefore they don't consider it a failure. But in the player's eyes, we do consider it a failure. And this is what's going to change. Instead of us constantly slotting in these Lego bricks of these various features and systems that we don't understand, like Soulbinds, and Netherlight Crucible, all those things that we just were like, what is this? And then it just disappears. Essences would.
I feel like the video is basically screaming at himself, because everything he's talking about are things he has to complain about in the past that made a lot of people angry at Blizzard about. Yeah, okay, so, I mean, I do think that this whole video, or the whole act of Preach going to the Blizzard HQ is basically just, like, he had lots of issues with the way Blizzard did things in WoW in the past. And he wanted answers for his questions. Because this happens to me a lot as well, where I play the game and there's a certain change that happens to the game and I don't understand why. Because I usually always try to think logically about why they're doing something. And even if a change is being made to the game that I personally don't like, as long as I understand why they did it, then I'm okay with it in the end. Because, you know, I only really play high-end PvE, and I don't really like anything else in the game. But if they make a change that is targeted towards a player base, you know, that likes collecting things or whatever, then at least I can understand it. You know, I'm like, okay, they did this change. I personally don't like it, but I see that a lot of people that like collecting things would like this change. So I get it, you know, and then I can kind of I can make peace with this change for myself, even if I personally don't like it, but understand why they do it. If a lot of people want this change, then, you know, it makes sense to me. Then I'm not too angry about it, right? But whenever they do a change to the game that I personally don't like, and I cannot logically understand why they did it, like if I don't see a single reason why they would have done it, then it's bothering me, you know? Like, if I just don't understand their reasoning. Like, for example, the whole conduit energy thing. It didn't personally affect me because I wasn't really changing my conduits that much, so I was never running out of energy. But at the same time, I didn't understand why it's there. And whenever they were explaining it, I just didn't, like, get it. I was like, that makes no sense to me, you know? Like, I don't agree with this reasoning at all. And I think what happened with Preach specifically is that over the last couple of years, he kind of fell out of love with World of Warcraft. And then additionally, all of these things happened within their company that were super messed up. So Preach was like, okay, fuck it, I'm going to stop playing WoW. Like, I just don't like the game anymore. And now that this whole hype happened with Dragonflight, he was like, oh my god, it kind of looks promising, and they changed all of these things, and it's like really, like maybe I could like it again, blah, 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 right? So he just like drove there to Blizzard HQ, and now he was basically looking for a lot of answers to questions that he had himself, right? And I think it makes a lot of sense. Like right now, he's explaining all of these things to basically himself. Like he's answering his own questions, and he's understanding why things happened the way they happened, and he just kind of, you know, wants to justify to himself that he can play WoW again without being without feeling like, I don't know, like without feeling bad about it. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? I think it's totally, it's such a cool idea by Preach to do all of this. And I mean, the fact that Blizzard also approved of it as well. Thanks for 38 months, JQ. And thank you so much for Prime sub, Kronos. And thanks for converting your sub, Hamilton Forrester. Thank you so much. And yeah, so I think it's really cool that he went through all of this trouble to answer the questions that he had, right? Because, you know, he could have also just said, ah, fuck it, I'm playing Dragonflight. You know? He could have just like decided one day, ah, fuck it, I'll play. But instead of doing that, he said, you know what? I made this video about not making content for WoW anymore, and I talked so much shit about WoW, and I need to be able to justify to myself that I'm playing this game again. So I need to like go there and make sure that the things that they're saying are really true, and that they're actually making changes to the game that I can actually stand behind, and blah, blah, blah. So I think it's a really cool thing. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Rissa, and thank you so much for Prime Sub, Cold Fashioned as well. Thank you. Welcome back.
Be another example.
The service
Now
will not
we're gonna look at
restart,
things
no.
Long term. Talent trees, we can keep that going. The new profession system, we can keep that going. And whatever else Dragonflight has in mind, there will still be some things which are expansion specific, because it does make sense that the new island expedition doesn't make sense in a Shadowlands environment, but it should be way less so,
you lose all of your
with much more
recipes,
care
yes.
given, like other MMOs are doing, to allowing them to go forward and be iterated on and stay with the familiar for the players. This feels
Drops
like
happen
it's
in 1 hour and 40
perfectly in line
minutes.
with the actual gameplay core loop that you're changing. Are you worried? Because I feel like the game has been out so long now. Someone like me could look at Dragonflight and be like, heaven. I can come away for a week like I am now here with you guys. I'm not screwed.
Yeah.
I'm not screwed over. I'm not screwing my raid team or anything like that. And this is fine. But we've now got a huge amount of players who have never known World of Warcraft without logging in and having a list created for them of things that they should do. And how do you think that's going to be met with the player base once they get into an environment it's like, choose where you want to go?
And I think the hope is, well, I mean, there's still, you can look at your world map, and there's plenty of activities, there's world quests, other events, there's things to do to raise your different renowns that you're chasing. And early on, again, for the people who aren't, like, don't have their sights set on doing High Mythic Plus or jumping in and getting into Mythic rating as soon as they can, a lot of the item level rewards from all of those systems will be very relevant. And, you know, going and doing, helping either, you know, Rathian or Sibelian out the Obsidian Citadel, or
choose?
otherwise, depends. It depends on how I feel on any given day.
Commit,
no,
coward.
no.
Pick a side.
We'll see what the canon choice ends up being. But in any case, like all of those things are offering powerful rewards. It's not like we've just said there's no more reward in the game. But for the people who, you know, the people who are focused on the hardcore stuff, who are getting, you know, 410 plus gear from other sources, they have plenty to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm so interested to see how this renown thing works out for them. Because like the amount of things there is to do for people, like for renown, is honestly like insane. Like I would like to know how much time and effort you have to put in per week to do everything you could possibly do for renown gains. I think it's honestly like insane. And I understand it's not like none of the renown stuff is mandatory. It's all cosmetics, right? None of this is mandatory. But I wonder if these people that care about these like renown things are going to be upset about there being so many things to do. Because it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because people want things to do, of course. Like, people want outdoor content. But then at the same time, a lot of these things are weekly things and daily things, which is something that people are not necessarily liking that much. So I wonder how much people, like, I really wonder how people are going to react to this. Because I personally, I'm probably going to stop going for renown as soon as the raid comes out. Because I won't have time to do all of this shit. There's like 1 million weekly quests, 1 million daily quests. Okay, it's actually not 1 million daily quests, but there's like a lot of weekly quests. Daily quests is very little. Very little stuff is daily. But I really wonder like how people are going to react to this. If you really care about transmog and stuff, and about recipes and whatnot. Thank you so much for your sub, Gemsy. Thank you so much. Because, yeah, on one hand, people are happy if there's more outdoor content, right? But then on the other hand, maybe people feel like it's too much, and they might fall behind compared to other people that have much more time than them. I don't know. We'll see how it turns out.
We don't need to try to, you know, offer them more reasons to spend more time in World of Warcraft than they're otherwise spending. And I think, you know, all this is just there with a sense of freedom to explore it as you see fit. For some people, maybe you're going to focus on getting raid ready during the first couple of weeks, and you'll come back and check out the renown tracks later, because there are mounts.
Yeah, and I also wonder how the catch-up mechanic is going to work, or even if they have any. Because the way renown works is pretty... Like if you miss out on a couple of like 2 months or something, then you're gonna be behind a lot. But again, renown is not a mandatory thing. It doesn't give you any player power, so does it matter? Like, does there need? Do we need a catch-up system for renown? Is the question, right? Because catch-up systems make a lot of sense when it's related to player power. Because if you're behind constantly in gear, that sucks. But if you're behind in renown, that is a pure cosmetic thing. Does that matter? Like, do they need to implement a catch-up system? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not talking about the alt catch-up system. I'm talking about players that start later. Like, there is a catch-up system for alts, but what if you start playing the game in half a year? What if you start playing Dragonflight in half a year? You know what I mean? Like, and other people already have renown 50 or whatever. Do they have to start at 0 without any catch-up, or do they actually implement something? I don't know. Because I have a pretty strong feeling they will increase the renown with each patch. Because right now the renown cap is 25. And I'm pretty certain when 10.1 comes out, it will be renown 45 or whatever. Like, they'll just increase the renown levels to elongate the content, or to like add content to renown, right? So I wonder, maybe there's going to be a catch-up for like patch related. That would make sense, maybe. What do you think about that? So let's say the first season is renown 25. And let's say the second season is renown 50. Would you think it's a good idea that if someone starts playing in the second season, that they would have an easy time catching up to 25? Or would you not like that? Because I personally think that would be fine, right? Because then they're just basically catching up to... Like, they missed a whole season, basically. And they just managed to get to that point easily. And then afterwards, they have to do normal stuff. Maybe that would be a good idea. And not that they gift it to you. Not that they say, hey, you immediately have 25 renown. But maybe they could say it's easier for you to get to that point. And then afterwards, it's the same as everyone else. Because, yeah, whenever you have to do old content, it feels bad. Right? Whenever you have the feeling that, oh, we already have a new season and a new area and whatever, and I still have to spend time in the old one because I haven't done that. Like, that always feels a bit bad. Thank you so much for gifting your stuff to Doorman, Anonymous. Thank you so much. I feel overwhelmed by professions. Can you please talk about your plans for professions? Are you going to learn them at the start or when you reach 70? I made a video about professions if you want to check it out. It's like 18 minutes long. It's not too overwhelming. I explained everything there. Just, you can do professions however you want. It doesn't matter which professions you learn. You can do whatever professions you want. You can learn them at the very start in the first town as you're doing the main campaign. Thanks for 11 months, Trust to Just. Thank you. But after we watch this video, like after we're done with this video, we can talk a little bit about professions again.
Or dragon riding, skins, or other things you want to unlock. Or again, if you're someone who's really focused on professions, there are specific recipes. If you're a leatherworker, you're going to want to, work on that centaur renown to get some of the leatherworking recipes from there. So it's all of the same philosophies are there. It's just we don't have that artifact power, that
yes, the new main city is called
soulbind renown, that thing that is just hitting everyone over the head with being completely mandatory regardless of your playstyle. And again, that gets back to we don't want to force players into content that they don't inherently enjoy. We want to let you play the game the way you want to play the game.
Are you far more relaxed now with it's okay if people aren't logging in week on week? If they log in just for... Because you said mentioned earlier, raid logging would be the prime example, but obviously in terms of logging in to do the specific thing it wants to do. It's
How's he going to dodge this
for
question?
A good long time now. We want people online. We want WoW to be a part of their daily habits, almost.
Dude, we're about to get the most political answer, dude. I'm looking forward to this.
Like by intention, your mission, even your mission board from BFA, collecting your Azerite power, whatever it might be. There's a lot of these systems seem designed to engage somebody at least on a daily basis as the norm. So are you more relaxed now with that? Probably isn't going to be. It won't be for me.
Yeah.
Is what I would say.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. There's other options out there that are equally as fun, and maybe less fun, but also I can jump into that experience very quickly. You've got games like Path of Exile out there that are just free.
Sure.
Not going through a great time right now, but generally speaking, the market is so flooded with this. Is this something you're adapting to, accepting, or?
I mean, all the above to an extent. I mean, I think we never want, our goal is never habit in the sense of like you have to log in when you don't want to. Our goal is for you to want to log in. Our goal is for you to want to play World of Warcraft and to look forward to getting back into the game, to have something you want to complete, something you want to chase. And if you're not wanting it, then getting you to do it despite that isn't a victory for us. It's just burning people out. And so I think giving people the freedom to feel like they can take a step away, do something in real life, play another game for a while,
Thanks to
without
6 months,
falling
Ice and
behind
Hard.
is valuable. I think the one thing that we do worry about when it comes to sort of the raid logging phenomenon or people taking breaks is the social nature of the game. Is sort of the critical mass
Thanks
of
to 2
keeping a group
months,
together.
Turfrolol.
If the person who is really excited to log in to do things with their guildmates logs in, and no one from their guild is online because of whatever reason, and then they just log back off, kind of disappointed because they were hoping to play with friends, but their friends weren't around, that can be an issue. And I think that's something, going back to WoD, to Warlords of Draenor, that was probably the peak of the raid logging era, where really there was like, I've been checking your garrison. If it wasn't raid
Thanks
night,
for 2 months,
there was
Nick.
nothing to do.
Welcome back.
It wasn't, because
That wasn't
Myth Plus
outside
didn't
your
even exist
garrison
back then.
as well. Like,
Yeah.
Go in, look at all 10 of your characters, or I think it was 10 at the time.
And so that felt like a step too far toward that end of the spectrum. But ultimately, as long as we're keeping social groups somewhat healthy, we want people to be able to play the game in the way that makes them happiest.
Excellent. This is all very positive.
Okay, I have a feeling that was not really, like, it was kind of like a non-answer. Like, he didn't actually answer the question. He just explained why they want people to log in. Or, I mean, listen, like, I personally 100% understand why they want people to log in, right? I mean, obviously. Because the more people log in, the more people, as he said, are online, the more people are going to play the game. The less people log in, the more people are going to quit. That's just like how it works. Because if you don't have to log in to the game for like a week, a month, at some point you just forget about the game and you don't even have this urge anymore to log in. But if you constantly log in, it just becomes this like thing that you always do and you never feel about quitting. It has a lot to do with, I think, addiction as well. Because if you constantly, like, if there's always a reason to log in, it feeds your addiction in a sense, right? And not only addiction, it also has to do with, like, social aspects, right? But if you don't have to log in every now and then, at some point you don't talk to people anymore all the time, you kind of don't find a reason anymore to log in, and eventually you just stop playing, right? So I 100% understand why they're creating the game around wanting to log in. Like, it's just it makes sense, right? They're just, I think Blizzard, and not just Blizzard, like every online game is trying to find this kind of compromise where they want to push players to log in as much as possible without them feeling like they're being pushed to log in. You know what I mean? Like, they want to create a game where people feel like they do this out of free will instead of being forced to log in. You know what I mean? And they're trying to find this, like, middle ground where they're pushing it as much as they can, but they're not, like, and still it being, like, a hidden kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? And this is why I'm 100% certain that this is why they had this whole, like, talk where they were saying, oh, we're going to remove all player power now from Renown, and it's all just cosmetics, and it's all just, like, you can do it if you want, but you don't have to, right? But people that like Renown and cosmetics, they have now all of these weekly quests that they have to log in for, right? Because what Ian said earlier is so true, where he was saying that the high-end players, like the high-end Mythic Plus players and the high-end Raiders and the high-end PvP players, they already have a reason to log in. They don't need to be pushed even further, right? Because all of these in Plus players and the Raiders, they have things to do. Like they constantly want to play in Plus, they constantly want to raid, they constantly want to play PvP. So they don't have to force those players to log in anymore, any more than they already do. But all the people that are not doing in Plus and raiding, we're pushing those players to log in every week from now on, right? We're gonna do this renown system where there's weekly quests and daily quests and world quests, and we're gonna push those players to log in all the time. Which, again, maybe it's not a bad idea. Maybe people are gonna love it, but we'll see how it turns out. Thank you so much for raid, Jari. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you had a nice stream. You're not gonna stay awake for launch? Man, at first I didn't want to stay awake for launch either, but I changed my mind. We'll see how long I can stay awake for. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Farangary. Make sure y'all give a follow to Jari as well. I know what you mean. Yeah. And I don't blame, like, I 100% understand what they're doing and why they're doing it. Like, I 100% get it. And maybe the people that are more on the casual side, maybe they don't even mind this kind of stuff, right? Maybe they don't mind the fact that there's weekly quests and whatever. Because I think a person that is really focused on cosmetic rewards, they don't feel this, like, internal pressure of getting it all. At least not as much as, like, a competitive person does when it comes to player power. Right? Because if you care about player power a lot, if you're like a high-end raider or high-end plus player, then you really feel this like internal force to like do everything you can possibly do to get your gems, to get your enchants or whatever. You like Korthia, you know, like every day you have to spend 2 hours in Korthia to get the maximum amount of rewards to make sure that you get your gems unlocked. And people felt this like insane pressure to do this, even if it was like a minor gain, really. But I'm not sure if people that are focused on cosmetics really have the same kind of pressure to do that. Like, I don't know. Because I'm personally not a person that cares that much about cosmetics. But do you think that if there's a weekly quest that advances your reputation, do you feel like a big like urge to do it? Or would you be okay if you missed that weekly quest 1 week? You know what I mean? Because if that's the case, if you don't care as much for missing out on a weekly quest, then it's not even the worst feeling, right? And I'm sure that there's going to be some people that care. But as long as it's not like the end of the world when you miss out, then, you know, is it really that bad? Probably not. Thank you so much for 2 months, Nick, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you're doing the Wowcast tomorrow? Oh my god, that's amazing. They wanted, or at first they asked me to come too, but then it didn't work out because of like logistics with the travel and stuff. I would have loved to do it as well though. But yeah, you guys have fun. I'm sure it's gonna be awesome. I will stream the whole night.
It's like, it seems like it should. It's kind of a no-brainer, but
well, no, I mean that's the experience I've had, and I've been on some mystical quest now, like Kung Fu, is like trying all these different experiences. Like the main thing I'm seeing is they just create experiences that you want to log in for, you don't have to log in for, which is what I remember from World of Warcraft.
There's a player base of millions of folks who've said, we like this game, we've chosen to make this our home. We ignore them at our folly. Like, what do they want? What do they not want?
I think that's enough about gameplay. Dragonflight is changing so much. This mandatory...
But yeah, I mean, like, this whole concept of making people log in with weekly quests and stuff, I do think, like, I personally don't blame them for implementing it this way, just because the way people play games nowadays is so different than how it was before. Where, like, in the past, like, for example, like Classic or Burning Crusade, I don't think people were, like, the majority of the player base was really casual. Like, they didn't care that much about getting things done, like, super fast. most people were just experiencing the game at their own pace, and they didn't like super min-max everything, right? But nowadays, of course, the whole like online world changed completely, and now everyone kind of is, not everyone, but the majority of the player base, I would say, is doing things pretty in a pretty min-maxy way. And even the casual player base is, in certain regards, pretty try-hard and pretty min-maxy, right? Like some casual players, even if they don't do high-end raiding or high-end PvP or high-end and plus, they still maybe min-max professions, or they min-max certain routes to get reputation, or to get this certain mount or this transmog or whatever, right? You're going on YouTube and watching a guide on how to get this done and stuff like that. And that is not something that people did in the past. People in the past just kind of like, you know, they logged on and like did whatever, and did everything at their own kind of pace, right? So it does make sense that Blizzard has to kind of implement a system to give you something to do over the course of longer periods of time, because if they would only give you one-time quests and stuff like that without any sort of time gate whatsoever, then most people would be done within a week, probably, you know? People would log on and they would play a whole week, like 12 hours a day or whatever, take a week off work, and then they're done, you know, and then there's nothing left to do. So I totally understand why they need to implement some sort of system to kind of like hold people back a little bit, or at least give them content further down the line as well, so you're not done instantaneously and you don't know what to do anymore, right? Like I do get it on why these things happen. At least they now changed the time gate to not be player power related anymore in that regard, right? Now it's all just cosmetics that they're time gating through this the weekly system, the weekly quest system. And I think that's okay, right? It's totally fine that you cannot get 25 renown as soon as the game comes out, right? You will be able to get your renown over the course of a couple of months, and I think people are going to be okay with that, probably. Most people, at least, I hope. Thanks for 4 months, Vega. What's up? Welcome back.
Content that we've been burdened with for the last 8 years is going away. There'll still be some stuff.
Exactly,
and that's basically them wanting you to be excited about it. Come and check it out, see what it's like. But then you can leave it alone. It's more of an introduction than anything else, and I think that's a fair balance that they've struck. But now we need to move on to a more sensitive subject. The elephant in the room. Sexual allegations against Blizzard has been a prominent subject around the world. It's still ongoing.
It's just an Elishami and Warrior. Which one is used
to change things internally?
Probably, I don't know.
Culture.
Both is
that
fine.
Is how Activision Blizzard
Both is fine. I don't
now
know.
Being described here in this new lawsuit filed by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. The state agency alleges that female employees there are subjected to sex discrimination, unlawful sexual harassment, retaliation, and unequal pay.
Let's get into a few ground rules of this subject because it's a little sensitive, and investigations are still ongoing and probably will be ongoing for a while, which means we can't dive into specifics. We're simply not allowed. I'm also not a journalist. I am not the person who should be diving into this stuff. There are lawyers and things working on this currently to find out exactly what happened and make sure the right people are compensated. We know certain things have happened at Blizzard. We are fully aware that they have done a complete equity paycheck on every single employee in the business, making sure that person A doing the same job as person B are being paid exactly the same amount for doing that job. We know that has taken place and people are very happy with it. What we're going to do is give Blizzard the platform. We're going to ask the question of what their goal is overall. What is their philosophy overall to make sure things like this never happen again?
I'm not sure I want to watch this part because, okay, fine, I'm going to watch it. But let's be honest here. Like, obviously they're not, obviously their answer is just going to be everything is going to be better, right? Like, I mean, what are they supposed to say? Like, surely Preach's going to be like, hey, so what are you going to do to fix this issue? And then they're going to say, oh, we're going to do this and this and this, and it's all going to be better, right? Like, what are they really, like, I mean, what are they supposed to say? It's like, oh, actually, we're going to keep treating women like shit, and we're going to pay them less, you know? Like,
amongst all the Dragonflight changes that have come from the last 7 years of expansions, It's been so changed. But you've also had so much, and we've got to get into this, it's like so much upheaval internally with COVID. We obviously had all the harassment stuff that came through and massive changes amongst the staff. Like, how have you dealt with that in terms of dealing with the motivation of the staff, the internal environment, and then pushing forward with an entirely new philosophy on the game for Dragonflight? It's got to have been a rough couple of years. Though.
It's definitely been a challenging couple of years, but I think the team today is stronger and more tight-knit than we've ever been, having come through that and having weathered it. I mean, COVID in 2020 was obviously threw the whole world for a loop, to say the least, and began a process for us of relearning a lot of.
Mythic Zero in Dragonflight is gonna have personal loot system, just like it has, in the past 3 expansions. So stacking armor types only makes sense if you can actually trade the items. And you can only trade the items if you already have an item in that same quality. So I would say it's not going to be worth it to stack armor type in the first week, because no one is going to be able to trade any item that they get, probably, unless you get duplicates. Like if you loot 2 pairs of boots, then you would be able to trade the second pair. So for that, it would make sense. But if everyone gets a different item every time, then you won't be able to trade anything. Thanks for 22 months, Ellie. What's up? Thank you, thank you.
Lifelong creative and collaborative processes of, how do you have what used to be the casual conversation around a whiteboard?
No. You need to have the same item level. It's personal loot. The loot system for dungeons does not change. It's the same loot system as we had in Shadowlands and BFA and Legion. It's personal loot. The loot system only changes for the rate. So you will be able to trade your personal loot item with the same rules that it was before. If I have an item level 350 item equipped and then loot a 360 item level item, I will not be able to trade it. If I have a 350 item level equipped and I loot a 350 item level item, I will be able to trade it. If it's for the same slot.
Or
no, the item level requirements are still there. No.
Let's talk about yesterday.
The personal loot system did not change. The same rules, the exact same rules we had for personal loot before are still going to be there for Dragonflight. It's the exact same loot rules.
It's like, it's very, very strange. And in the creative environment, that's really hard. And you've done Shadowlands and Dragonflight in this new place. So it's got to have been, for you, who's leading the charge, it's like, okay, this is a lot of challenges to face.
I think it's been resolving some problems and figuring out systems and processes that work. And a lot of, I think a lot of what we've come up with, we would keep regardless. Even if we could all come back to the office tomorrow, there are certain meetings that we would have that we'd keep virtual forever. I think it is, it's the social connections, it's the casual interactions that are the hardest to reproduce, but we continue to work at it. And then obviously the other, major event last year, I think really it triggered a period of ongoing self-reflection for the team as a whole, for the company as a whole. Starting last summer, it was both, looking inward to our culture, to our history.
Thank you so much for getting 2 subs, Stormfry. Welcome to Crazy and welcome to Bestie. Thank you so much.
And I think the answer we came to is no, but also certainly it's who we never want to be and want to have no chance of being. And so how do we change our processes? How do we develop a culture of feedback and listening and openness and trust that makes sure that even the slightest hint of impropriety will be raised and dealt with before we ever got any place close to the allegations from years and years ago? But at the same time, we were also listening to our player base and kind of re-examining, we were hearing lots of feedback, not just about anger at the revelations in the lawsuits, but about the state of the game.
Yep.
It was a double whammy. Your I'm quitting video very much included. Of like, we're missing something big here, right? Our goal at the end of the day is to make a world that players want to spend time in, that they're going to love spending time in, and that's the passion that drives all of us. And we're failing.
This is the 3rd day we've been here on the Blizzard campus, and it's a strange, strange place. It's huge. 7 giant buildings, having Overwatch over there. They're doing World of Warcraft in there. They're doing WoW Classic over there. It's a weird, weird environment to be in because there's nobody here. Blizzard has been running about 15% staff on site since Shadowlands, since COVID kicked in, and it doesn't plan on changing. People that are here generally come in for 1 or 2 days a week. The rest of the time they work from home.
That is kind of interesting.
California, to the other gaming companies we've spoken to this week, that is going to stay exactly like that. The last 4 years have been really tumultuous for you guys. We've had COVID, and walking around yesterday, wonderful access to see everything and see how it works, but desolate. You know, very strange, an eerie feeling, because everything is designed for so much.
I think we're done watching this. It's just about, like, how they changed their work environment and what they're going to do to make it better. Blah, blah, blah. What happened with COVID, you know. Yeah. I think we're good. All right. But let me quickly explain some of the questions that you guys are having. First of all, if you want to know more about Renown, about professions, or about what's new in Dragonflight, I made videos explaining all of that if you want to check them out. But I'm also going to explain some things real quick because people have been asking and people don't want to spend 20 minutes watching a video. Thanks for 3 months. Umpi, appreciate that. All right, so first question. How does group loot work? So in Dragonflight, whenever you narrate, there's going to be forced group loot. And what does group loot mean? Group loot means that you kill a boss and there will be just like loot that pops up, right? So instead of every person getting items themselves individually, it will be X amount of items, depending on how many people are in the raid, from the loot table. So you could be getting a bow even though there's no hunter in the group, for example, right? And then once the items drop, you can roll need, greed, disenchant, pass, right? And they added some extra rules to group loot because the biggest concern of people was, oh my god, everyone's gonna roll need, everyone's gonna be ninja looting everything, blah, 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 right? And the way they tried to prevent that from happening is by adding certain rules. That, for example, if I'm a druid, I could wear all leather items, even with agility on it. And I could wear agility trinkets or healing trinkets or tanking weapons or whatever, you know? Like, I could wear everything, right? But the way they do this is that your loot spec is what determines which role you have the highest priority on. So even if multiple people can roll need on an item, they will not all have the same priority. So that means that if there's a person, so if there's a feral player or feral loot spec, so someone has feral loot spec, and someone has balanced loot spec, and let's say an agility trinket drops, right? So now we both roll need. But because it's an agility trinket, the feral player that rolled need on it will have a higher priority over the moonkin that rolled need on it, right? So the feral player in this case would always win the item, even though we both rolled need. But if this feral player rolls greed, then the moonkin player could win the item. It's basically just main spec over off spec, right? Then there's another rule that was implemented that prevents people from rolling on the exact same item if they already have it. So let's say this feral player here. Actually, let's just say there's a balanced druid and another balanced druid. All right, and the item that dropped is a certain trinket, intellect trinket, on item level 400. Oh yeah? Now we all roll need here. All right, the feral player has feral loot spec, so he's already kind of gone because both of the balanced druids rolled need, right? And then this balanced player already has the same trinket on item level 400. And this balanced druid has not. So automatically this person would win because this person already has the exact same item on 400. So their roll will basically be ignored. But if he has a 400 item level, or if, interestingly enough though, if an item drops, let's say 400 item level boots drop, okay? Boots. Let's say this balanced druid has these boots on 425 already. These exact same boots, just some 25 item levels higher. Now we have equal chance of winning. Okay? Because this rule only kicks in if you have the exact same item already. And the reason why this rule exists is for transmog reasons. Because sometimes people just want a certain transmog, right? And it would be pretty unfair to those people if they would not be able to win items ever, right? Like if I'm item level 425 equipped and I go into LFR, that only drops item level like, I don't know, 390. If I go into LFR just to get transmog, it would be really bad if I would just automatically lose every single roll just because I have such high item level already. Right? Yeah, lower item level is a different transmog, yeah. Usually the heroic items look different than mythic items and normal mode items, yeah. So yeah, this is why that rule exists. But usually main spec is better than off spec. If you have the exact same item though, then you cannot win. And then there's also a tertiary stat rule as well that they didn't exactly... I don't think the tertiary stat rule was perfectly explained. Like if 400 item level boots drop with leech, if this person here has the 400 item level boots already, but without leech, then their roll would still count as maximum priority. Because there's leech on it, right? So that's also another rule. But if this Moonkin has the same boots with leech on it already, then of course they wouldn't count as high priority. And then let me explain professions real quick because a lot of people have been asking about professions. I'm just going to open my own profession video that I made. Yeah, so first of all, the professions are generally going to be a lot more relevant because you can craft. Maximum item level you can craft a profession is 418. And in comparison, this is the new rate. In comparison, the mythic loot is like 415 early on. Later on, you get 421. And then at last boss drops 424. And the maximum item level you can craft through profession is 418. So that's actually mythic item level. Or close to like mid-tier mythic item level. Which is pretty good. And almost all professions can craft these high item level items. Leatherworking can craft all kinds of gear pieces. Jewel crafting can craft a trinket. Alchemy can craft a trinket. Then inscription can craft a two-hand weapon. Blacksmithing can craft all sorts of weapons. Enchanters can even craft a weapon as well. So almost every single profession can craft something that goes up to 418 item level in total, or maximum. Thank you so much for 5 sub gifts, Raharaki, and thank you so much. Welcome to Siggy, Golden, Fence, Mr. Decido, and Veno. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks for Prime sub, Kagi. Alright, so the max item level is 418, right? But there are some conditions to how you can craft those items, and I will explain that in a little bit. But first, I want to explain how the crafting works. And this is pretty important to know for everyone, even if you don't care about professions yourself. Because professions are more relevant overall for everyone, I think it's pretty important for everyone to also understand how professions work. And that's why I'm going to explain work orders, okay? Work orders is this new system where even if there's an item that is soulbound, BOP, you will still be able to craft that item for another person through work orders. Work orders just means that any player asks for a certain profession item, and then another player can craft it for them. That's what it means. So it's the same. It's similar to BOEs, except that the person that is asking for the item needs to provide certain soulbound materials that you're getting throughout the game, right? So if you want a certain high item to be crafted for you, then you can ask a crafter to craft it for you, but you have to provide soulbound materials, and otherwise it doesn't work. And then once the crafter makes it for you, it's soulbound. So you cannot trade it away. He just crafted it for you, and then it's soulbound to you, all right? That's how the system works. That's how work orders work. There's public work orders and there's private work orders. Public means that you're basically asking any crafter to make an item for you, and anyone can accept it and craft it, but you cannot really ask for specifics. Like you cannot say, I want this item to be crafted for me in this certain quality with these certain stats. If you ask for a certain item to be crafted on a public work order, then any crafter can accept it and craft it on the lowest quality. If you go and do a private work order, then you go to a specific crafter and say, hey, I want this item with these stats and with this embellishment, and it needs to be quality 5. And then that private work order is being fulfilled by that certain crafter that you were asking for. And they also have to fulfill like the quality and everything you asked them to do. Thanks for the prime sub, Jarago. Thank you so much. All right, so that's how work orders work. So every single item that crafters can make, you can basically also get through a work order, which means that there's no direct player power involved with having a certain profession. So you don't need to do any professions if you don't want to, because you will be able to get those items crafted for you through these work orders, okay? There are some really tiny rewards for having the profession, but nothing is like 100% directly related to player power gains. You know, there are certain like utility gains for having a profession. Like for example, if you're an alchemist, you can have a longer flask. If you're an engineer, you can have the wormholes. If you're, you can have a second tinker's socket. You have reduced toxic effects as an alchemist, and so on, right? But there are no direct power gains for having a certain profession, and therefore you don't need to do anything. You can pick whatever profession you want. It doesn't matter. You can also just not do professions, whatever you feel like. Thank you so much for gifting us up, Turlol. Thank you so much. Welcome to Ryo. All right, then professions have something called specializations. And the way it looks like is like here at the bottom, when you open your profession window, you have this kind of, it's like a talent tree really. And you can unlock them through something called knowledge. And you gain knowledge by doing weekly quests, profession weekly quests. And you also gain knowledge by crafting recipes for the very first time. And then you can put them into these kind of talent trees, depending on what you want to advance, right? Like if you're a leather worker, for example, you can focus on mail armor or leather armor. You can do this or that, you know, like it just always depends on what you want to do. And then the other important thing is item quality. So if you look at this item here, you can see it has these 3 dots and on the top left side of the icon, and that's the quality of the item. Every single item that is related to professions will have quality in Dragonflight, all right? So every piece of ore, every herb, every potion, every flask, every enchant, every item will have quality. It can be quality 1, quality 2, quality 3, and some items even go all the way up to quality 5. And this quality determines the strength of the item. So you can have an item, or you can have a potion that is quality 1, that will give you less intellect than another potion that's quality 3, right? So quality is decently important to understand. Thanks for the prime sub, Moses. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And the way you get the quality out of the item is through this system.